Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to Club 2, Part 1 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and you join me today as I take over at Birmingham City Football Club. If you're new around here and you missed the previous 15 parts of the series, do go back and check it out. It's all there in the playlist. But today, at Birmingham, we're applying the same principles. We are playing as the Director of Football. That means we're not getting involved in match tactics. We're not getting involved in team selection. We're not training. We're not team talking. We are leaving all of that up to our staff. So if you're excited to see us take on this challenge, please do drop a like on the video. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel as well. So last season, Birmingham finished 13th in the Championship. We have great training facilities. We have good youth facilities, above average youth recruitment, and shocking, and I mean shocking, finances. We're in debt, we have a woeful transfer budget, we have a pathetic wage budget, but I'm hoping we do have a decent enough spine of the team here. So the expectations at Birmingham seem pragmatic: work within the wage budget, grow the reputation, and basically stick in mid-table in the Championship, repair that financial damage, and just stabilise. The supporters would like us to play entertaining attacking football if we can, but mostly beat Villa, beat Wolves, and again, stay mid-table. All feels perfectly doable. So if you're new around these parts, I will just run through some of the steps you have to take at the beginning of any club when you're playing as the Director of Football. First and foremost, give up your responsibilities as team manager and head coach to your staff. So we shall delegate out all of our team selection, but pick up all of the staff recruitment. That's going to be a crucial responsibility as Director of Football. And the same for contracts. All of that stays in our remit. We will be taking charge of the full scouting team, taking sole responsibility for all transfer and contract negotiations, but giving all the team management and coaching responsibilities to our assistant manager and the rest of the staff. So let's meet the man who will be responsible for our climb back to Premier League glory, Jamie Day. He plays a vertical tiki-taka style in a 4-2-3-1 formation. So in order to allow him to train and develop the team to play that style, what we'll do now is go to the tactics screen and just set up his standard tactic. That way, when he's allocating the training, he'll be allocating all of the sessions to play the tactic that he is most comfortable with. Little bit concerning then that when it comes to our squad, they're not currently set up to play a vertical tiki-taka game. This might be an interesting summer. And there we have it. Simple but effective. We'll now leave it up to Jamie to set up training accordingly. The next thing that I would normally do at the start of a new club on a Director of Football save is dismiss the incumbent Director of Football, because it's completely cheating. That is my job. This man should not be here. However, I have promised to keep Kelvin Housley in place as Director of Football for the next 181 days. When we reach that point, we can dismiss him. So essentially, he's going on gardening leave. We're pretending he doesn't exist. You can see now, though, that through August, after selecting that key tactic, if we leave Jamie to it, he's going to be concentrating on ball retention, ball distribution, playing out from the back. But can this team play a good vertical tiki-taka? Well, as things stand, I have a first team squad of 19 players. 19 players to secure a mid-table finish in the Championship. One of those players, Jordan James, is already on loan at Brentford with a transfer arranged. Well, we know the finances around here are broken, so let's find out quite how fractured they are. You ready for this? Right, we have an overall bank balance of -8.5 million pounds. Our transfer budget is 107,000. Our wage budget is 29,000, and what? I'm not quite sure what to do with this. We're currently spending £140,000 a week on wages, which is £110,000 a week over our wage budget. We're not allowed to keep any transfer revenue. What have I done? Were Worthing, will you have me back, please? My word, this is going to be a challenge. Well, now is as good a time as any then to run through the rules of Moneyball, which, if applied correctly, will get us out of this very, very sticky situation. The first rule of Moneyball is promote your youth team ahead of making transfers. Common sense, really. If we're going to save money and get a competitive advantage above other teams with money to burn, it's much better to promote promising youngsters, develop them and sell them for a profit than pay a load of money to bring in ready-made stars. The good news is we do have, by the look of things, plenty of development prospects. There's a good few players there with a 2-star rating already for the senior team. And a lot of them had quite significant potential, which is very encouraging. If we can help them realise that potential, we definitely have some saleable assets to eventually claw us out of that massive overdraft. That's good. That's promising. That's one bright spark at least. Rule 2 is also pretty simple. Only sign players aged 20 to 25 who have played a decent amount of football, so there's statistical evidence to back up their potential. If we look at Nelson Abbey, for example, potentially an excellent signing for the future, but he hasn't yet played any football. So he would be a mighty, mighty risk. Cameron Humphreys, though, a decent amount of game time in League One last year, so we can make a far more rational decision using that evidence that's available to us. Now, in terms of our club DNA, I'm going to be applying a similar ethos to the one we used at Worthing. I want players who are determined, who are going to work hard for their team, strong, good stamina and pacey as well, and who can pass the ball. The passing obviously is going to be crucial for the tiki-taka style that we're looking to play, but we're going to need hard-working, fit and fast players. Rule 3 is shop outside the usual markets. Go for players who are transfer listed. Go for free transfers. Lower reputation leagues, lower reputation countries, lower reputation clubs. Essentially, find bargains. We're looking for players who are going to be high performers who are undervalued. And that might be tricky because we don't even have enough budget available to scout down to League One. Well, we shall come back to this once we've adjusted our financial situation somewhat. Rule 4, always improve defence before attack, and that is because, quite simply, clean sheets are worth more points than goals scored. If we can keep a tight defence, we have a much better chance of achieving that mid-table finish, and thankfully, we do have what looks to be a solid defensive base here. Goalkeeper, we've got some major issues, so I think it's safe to say that will be the position we prioritise our recruitment this summer. And number 5, always improve the weakest area of your team first. Essentially, you're only good as your weakest link. Another reason why we desperately need a new goalkeeper. Rule 6, the one that I really struggled with consistently at Worthing, is don't buy strikers unless absolutely necessary. The reason for that being, they're basically massively overvalued. And I can see that immediately here. Look at these values for some of our players. Maximum value of 35,000, 4.8 million. Our striker, 14 million for a 16-year-old on £180 a week. My word, this lad's a bit of a prize asset, isn't he? But I digress. Strikers tend to be overvalued. So if we can avoid paying out money for strikers, either by retraining existing players to play up front or promoting our youth players, that can save an awful lot of money for the club over time. Think about Tottenham. Imagine if they didn't have Harry Kane, how much money would they have spent over the last 10 years trying to get a striker half as good as Harry Kane? Probably hundreds of millions of pounds. We need to avoid that here at Birmingham because we've barely got even £100 to scrape together at the moment. Rule number 7 is sell players at their peak age. What we need to do here is maximise the value of every player in our squad. If we wait until they start to decline, they're losing their financial value. We have to make a net profit on every transfer deal. Given our horrific financial situation, that is the only way we will claw ourselves back to a decent financial footing. So it's interesting to see that Ivan Sunjic here has already been bid on. He is one of our star players, currently a leading Sky Bet Championship player. Last year with us made 46 starts. He was ever present in the league last season. 2 goals, 7 assists, 6.98 average rating. But there are offers in for him. And he was transfer listed at the beginning of July due to our perilous financial position. This club really does need the Director of Moneyball to sort things out, doesn't it? He's clearly one of our prize assets. If we can get £4 to £5 million for him, that's a deal we have to make. And in fact, the club has previously accepted all of these deals. So Stoke have offered 2.4 million up front, 3 further instalments and some bonuses after league appearances. Reading 2.1 million up front, similar instalment. Torino, similar structure, but much lower value. With that in mind, I will reject the Torino offer. And what's going on with Brandon Fleming here? We signed him for £350,000 last year. He made 40 appearances for us. And we're moving him on for £325,000. That feels unacceptable. Particularly when he's valued at up to £850,000. No, that is not a good deal. I understand that the club wants to make as much money as possible, but this isn't a fire sale yet. Rule 8, for obvious reasons, always scout for replacements, because we're really going to need them. Worryingly, there are only 27 players who currently fit that age range on our scouting system, so this is going to be a big task for the rest of the summer. And rule 9, the scariest rule, but possibly in this situation, the best rule for us. If any club comes in to offer more than a player's market value, you sell them straight away. In a Moneyball world, all of your players are saleable assets. Everyone has a price. And that is making me wonder about Jobe Bellingham and Rydian Bennett. If we could sell either of those players who are under contract with us for another 2 years, that could essentially solve our financial problems in one swoop. First things first, though, do we know any goalkeepers of any age? 2. We know 2 goalkeepers. To be honest, though, Kelvin, if you could just leave me some notes on potential goalkeepers on your way out, that would be really very much appreciated. So Robert Elston, our new chairman, is asking me to confirm our expectations for the coming season. It would be unwise to aim higher. So, yeah, we'll keep things as they are, Robert, and reassess later. How is it possible to be £110,000 a week over your wage budget at this level? That is ridiculous. Oh my goodness me, we're paying off nearly £500,000 a month in debt as well. Oh, unless we do things drastically differently, we're looking at a £5 million loss every season. To be competitive, we're looking at selling £10 million worth of players every year. Woo! I walked into a right one here, didn't I? Some of you tried to tell me. You said, don't go, they're a mess. But I got all excited. I thought, oh, maybe I'm the one who can make the difference. We will, of course, continue to check in on Worthing's progress throughout the season. And fingers crossed we won't be reapplying for that job in 6 months' time. Well, this potentially bodes well. We have just negotiated an asking price of £17 million with Jobe Bellingham, who has barely played any football for us. Only 7 substitute appearances last season. And although he does have massive potential, he is much better off as a huge financial asset. So let's see if we can tempt anyone to bite. Before we go too much further, though, I do want to have a look at how the most important staff member that we have at this club currently compares to some of the options who might be out there. As I mentioned earlier, the assistant manager is absolutely critical when playing this style of save, because we're going to holiday on match days and leave every decision from team selection to tactical selections to team talks up to our coaching staff, led by our assistant manager. So we need someone who is top quality and is going to motivate and develop the team to mid-table safety. It's therefore critical to look at his tactical approach to make sure that we're supplying the players that he needs. Now, thankfully, I see that Jamie is very good at working with youngsters, which I think is going to be really crucial here at Birmingham. How does he compare to others who may be available out there? Well, Steven Bogas also plays tiki-taka. Very, very good. And 5-3-2 obviously would make us secure at the back. The only downside is we have 0 wage budget available, so I fear we would not be able to tempt him to join us. No. So we're going to need to wait until we've got some wage budget available to make a move like that. Until we do, Jamie, we're relying on you. Well, rather ludicrously, Sunjic has decided to stay, even though we're pretty much desperate for him to leave. So we go again, offering him out. Sunjic is our team leader, so that is another reason to potentially keep him around. He's club captain, and it looks like we don't currently have a vice captain. Obvious choices would be one of Chong, Wisdom, or Fleming, if and when Sunjic moves on. And we have offers in from 3 clubs. 1 offer I'm not going to even entertain, but 2 I will accept. And O'Shea Ellis, our 9th best defensive midfielder. Well, goodness me, should I accept the offer from Bolton, who are offering to pay 10% of his wages, or Halifax, who are offering to pay 70%? Thank you, Halifax. Okay, so it is the 23rd of July, and we have our first match in charge of Birmingham, a friendly against League One Peterborough. And I'm about to show you how to go on holiday and leave the match firmly in the control of your assistant manager, but also still be able to watch it from the stands. Now, you need to have another manager loaded in the background. And we are going to click onto Birmingham's fixtures and attend. We'll then go back to the real me and take a little holiday. Just for a day. That then means as we click continue, your second manager will take his seat to watch your club in action as if you were there in real time. Here we are. We're at Peterborough, and it will be interesting to see how this Birmingham team get on. It gives us a chance to just look at the quality of the players. We are lining up with that 4-2-3-1. Bennett starts up front, Chong and White on the wing, Sunjic taking his place in defensive midfield. Oh, Robertson nicks the ball, plays a pass through to Chong, who is through. Is he going to square? Is he going to shoot? Oh, what a beautiful finish. Rolls it underneath the Peterborough goalkeeper from an impossibly tight angle for our first non-competitive goal as Birmingham boss. And an encouraging start to life. Here we are. We're on the attack again now. Bakuna picks the ball up. Sunjic on the ball now. Knocks it to Williams. We're knocking the ball around nice and easily between us. Sunjic plays it across to White. He squares it. Chong's in again. Second goal in quick succession. This is an encouraging start. What a pretty dominant 5-0 victory there for our first run out. So that is very encouraging. And now that we've seen what these boys can do on the pitch, we have players to sell and we have bargains to find. This is going to be a long way back to the top though, my friends. I have just realised quite how poor our staff are in comparison to the rest of the championship. We have pretty much one of the worst coaching teams and the worst scouting team. So, excuse me while I scout for some scouts. Right, 28th of July, we are starting to get somewhere. Alex Robertson, our 6th best attacking midfielder, is moving on loan to Sutton in League One. He's going to be a regular starter, which will hopefully increase his financial value. And obviously saves us over £1,000 a week in wages. So that, at this point in time, is pretty handy. We have 2 offers that we've now accepted for Sunjic, 3 offers for Janino Bakuna, and a £5 million offer from Sheffield United for Chong. It obviously does make me incredibly nervous to be losing these players, but we have to sort out our financial situation or there's nothing we can do to bring in new players. Okay, 30th of July, Chong has snubbed Sheffield United, so we're offering him out again. But first big sale, Sunjic, our team leader, our club captain, is moving to Hellas Verona for £3.4 million. critically, £2.5 million will be added to the transfer budget. And when they said £2.5 million will be added to the transfer budget, it looks like they completely lied. Great. Yeah, no difference there at all. That's rather disappointing. Being lied to by the board, in my opinion, is not good. I'm now wondering, though, if I can tempt anyone to buy Bellingham for £10 million and a hefty chunk of the next sale. Another offer now for Chong. The board lying to me again, saying £4 million will be added to the transfer budget upon completion. I think they're lying. Right, Gavin White wants to speak to me, a 28-year-old winger. One of our better players wants to explore his options at the end of his contract, apparently. That's fine. That's the least of my worries right now, Gavin. But the board have blocked the transfer of Chong. They will absolutely not stand for selling him for £5 million. The absolute minimum was 5.25, so fine. We'll offer him to them for 5.25. And Dusseldorf have withdrawn their offer for Chong. Right, well, if that's the case, we know the board won't accept anything less than 5.25 million. So let's offer him out for 5.5 and see what happens. Right, Ellis O'Shea has agreed terms with Northampton. Why did we accept the offer from Northampton? We're not sending him out when only 10% of his wages are being paid. You can absolutely go out, though, if people pay 100% of your wages. Dear, oh dear. I fear Fortuna Dusseldorf may be heading the way of Birmingham with their financial acumen here, having pulled out of a deal for £5.25 million. But now that I've offered him out for £5.5 million, they are happy to make an offer. Well, I'm not going to say no. Plenty of teams now in for Ellis at 100%. So we will accept any offers for 90% or more. How are we getting on with that goalkeeper search? A few options there. That is encouraging. That is encouraging. Right, 1st of August. No incoming business yet. Very little outgoing business. Still massively over the wage budget. Chong, our best paid player, could be moving very, very soon, as would Bacuna. We do have a number of promising looking free transfers in on trial, and it might be time to start offering some of these a contract. They're not quite championship quality, but they can all improve, and I think that's probably the best we can do at this point in time. So if we come back to the squad planner, remove Chong and Bacuna. It's now really left and right wing that we're seriously lacking, and any depth behind Bennett is rubbish, which is a bit of a worry. So it looks like Karoma here might be a very sensible purchase. Not the best standard of player, but could cover a variety of positions across the front three. Played 43 games for Huddersfield in the Championship last year. And he apparently doesn't have any interest in making the move. Well, that's a good start. There are a few goalkeepers now popping up on our scout reports within the right age range. None of them looking outstanding. But at this point, we don't really need outstanding. We just need better. Okay. So just discovered the reality of the situation. First player I was making a move to sign, Joe Tomlinson. Can play left and right fullback. Wanted a wage of £3,500 a week. The most the board will allow me to offer is £350. This is going to be a problem. We do have to move players on to free up any chance of us having any budget available to sign new players. Oh my word. I just hope we can get business done early enough in August so that we've got a good couple of weeks to fill the squad up before the deadline. 10 days till our first match of the season. Okay, no pressure. If we can clear this overdraft, will they give me some money to spend? Maybe some emergency loans? Looking at the actual depth, defensive midfield is a real problem area because 3 of our defensive midfielders are likely to play in defence. Right, Callum Slattery played a good amount of football for Motherwell to a high standard. Are you interested in joining? And he feels the club lacks the financial muscle to meet his demands. Brilliant. Well, we'll terminate your trial then, Callum. Emergency loans, emergency loans. Let there be a defensive midfielder. Right, Teo Edun plays for Luton Town, has not played a lot of football in the Championship, but is a body. Can we get him? Luton Town want a contribution of £3,900 a week, which we don't have. I am sensing a theme here. Teddy Jenks plays for Brighton, made 19 non-competitive appearances last year, played on loan at Crawley the year before that. Can we get him for free? Possibly. How about Javier Simons? We're basically begging right now. Well, there's another player on the way out. Juninho Bacuna is departing for a £2.1 million fee. The board are saying 1.4 million will be added to our transfer budget, and given their past behaviour, I don't believe them. Also offloaded Frank Tatham's wages as well as he moves out on loan. No, still nothing. And interestingly, the Daily Mirror, sharp bastion of journalism that it is, are asking me, although Juninho Bacuna was in the last year of his contract, he still had quite a few months left to run, so why did we sell him now? If you look at the club info screen, Daily Mirror, it's really quite obvious. I'm starting to get very nervous about this squad depth, so I think we might need to be promoting some of these younger players to the senior squad, at least for the first part of the season. Latrell Belnavis, not very good at defending, but speedy. Okay mental attributes, can play in that attacking midfield role. We might need a bit of depth there. We almost certainly need depth at centre-back. So Benjamin Boateng can be promoted. I'm now actually wondering whether or not it's sensible to send Ellis O'Shea out. Bellingham cannot play in defensive midfield. Chong's leaving. George Hall is not even a natural. I think Ellis O'Shea is a requirement to keep at the club. He might well be starting as a defensive midfielder for us in the first match of the season, despite only being Vanarama national quality. Oh, goodness me, why did I join this club? Well, here's some news that might make a bit of a difference. Chong is leaving. The player of the match in the first friendly we took charge of is now departing for £5.5 million. Is this going to make any difference to our financial situation? We will have pretty much cleared the overdraft after that particular sale. But sadly, my Bellingham test has failed. I transfer listed him just to see if that could encourage a few clubs to step in for him, and no one was going anywhere near it. Clubs were only willing to pay, well, less than £2 million. So, fact is, Bellingham's going to start this season. He is already one of our best players, so I've no doubt his value will increase over time. It might well be, if he does well in the first half of the season, he could be on his way in the winter. Guide value 17 to 22 million, and people wanted to pay 2. Right, both he and Bennett will keep at the club for now and see if there's some other players we might be able to extract some value from. My goodness, it's not even Ellis O'Shea. I've been pronouncing his name wrong the entire time. O'Shea Ellis. We're cancelling that deal. Think we're going to need you. So we have now cleared that debt momentarily. And it hasn't made any difference to our wage budget or transfer budget. Oh my gosh. No, the best we can offer is still £350 a week. That pretty much scuppers bringing in anybody this transfer window. Yikes. Kofi Barmer and George Hall are our 2 other major assets. We don't have a choice. We really don't have a choice. We have to offer them out. Crystal Palace expecting £5,500 a week for Simons. Oh, this is going to be a brutal start to the season. Absolutely brutal. We now have Lincoln approaching us to take Max Robson on loan until the next transfer window. Absolutely not. Brandon Fleming will be playing left back, so he's our backup. He's our backup left winger. What have I done? Most worryingly, our top priority recruitment focus, we haven't got a single recommendation. 2 in progress. Oh my word. Right, we're going to have to drop the quality expectation then. Knock that ongoing focus off. And the left back as well. Quite worryingly, we're lacking leaders in the team as well. So we will confirm those appointments. Right, 6th of August, 4 days to go until our first match in the Championship. No one wants to make an offer for Barmer, despite me reducing the asking price to £3 million. So I need to resort to extreme measures. We do have 2 clauses that we can sell on here. Odin Bailey's sell-on clause. We can sell for £31,000. That feels absurd. But Wes Harding, £485,000 from Rotherham. The other thing that could save us, if it happens in time, is if Jude Bellingham moves from Borussia Dortmund. He's still at Dortmund in August 2024. Currently, no clubs interested in him, which, to be honest, I find quite hard to believe. I would not be surprised if there are some offers for Bellingham before the end of the transfer window. I just hope it is before the end of the transfer window and we're able to see some of that benefit. Because currently, Andre Wisdom is our best player on star rating currently at the club and is only a good League One standard. Kofi Barmer is a decent Championship player. Gavin White, League One. Joe Bellingham, League One. Something dramatic is going to have to change or we're going to be in for a rough start to the season. We can't even afford to sign an untested, untried 20-year-old goalkeeper who wants to be a breakthrough prospect. The best we can offer is £110 a week. This is woeful. Somebody buy Bellingham. Zach Willis moves to Mansfield on loan, so that's more money saved on the wage bill. There's no hope of us finding anybody unless they're ridiculously cheap. We're paying Vanarama wages. I might as well have stayed at Worthing. And Latrell Belnavis, who I had to draft into the first team squad because we were massively short on players, is now injured for 2 weeks. Brilliant. Go to the Championship, they said. You'd go there in real life, they said. You'll get paid more, they said. It'll be fun, they said. It will be. It will be. Somehow we're going to make this work. Really help if we had that £12.5 million from Jordan James this year. Can we bring it forward? Well. We've had an offer of £5.75 million for Jobe Bellingham, 2 further instalments of £700,000 each, and a 40% percentage of profit from the next sale. I think we have to accept this. This might be the only thing that can give us some wiggle room to bring other players in. So I will stall the offer. I'll see if we can get slightly better from other clubs. See if we can negotiate this one up. So let's make it £6.5 million with 2 further instalments, £1 million each, and that percentage of profit from next sale. That is a better deal. Will anyone take it? Well, rather absurdly, we've had an even lower offer from FC St. Gallen, so we're rejecting that one, certainly. But we do have some good news. Some more scouts. Miroslav Jovic and Fritz Voltmer are joining us. I am desperately hoping that they will be able to recommend some players to us. Well, that was quite the first few weeks in charge of Birmingham. We've overseen £11 million worth of transfers out of the club, including 3 of the best players we had on the books, and so far, not signed a single player. It's interesting to see how poor their transfer business has actually been over the last few years, which I think is partly why they've ended up in this position. £2.9 million of transfers out, so net profit of about £2.5 million last year, and a Weasley 8.75k the year after that. Dear, oh dear. So I'm dreading looking at the season preview. Oh my word. We are pretty much dead certs for relegation. Our 2 key players are the 2 worst key players in the division. We are going to need a miracle. We could get one. We could get a massive windfall from the sale of Jude Bellingham if Dortmund sell him this transfer window. That's what we need. That is the thing that will make a massive difference. Until then, there is an awful lot riding on Jamie Day to motivate this team and somehow get a result. We are playing Luton Town, who are predicted to finish in 14th place. I'm desperately trying to stick to these Moneyball rules, but I might need to bring in a load of kids just so that we have enough players. I certainly didn't expect things to be this bad. All of you out there who recommended I stay at Worthing, I applaud you. You were absolutely right. Now I have made the decision. I shall bear the consequences. Welcome back to Club 2, Part 2 of the Director of Moneyball. I'm Kirk Sheridan, and I am seriously regretting this move. Considering the state this club was in just one episode ago, personally, I think £11 million of sales is heroic from the Director of Moneyball. I've cleared the overdraft. We're actually in credit now. Yes, there's the problem of £84 million worth of additional debt, but it's a start. But the issue is the board are not budging. They won't give me any extra transfer revenue. They're not shifting on the wage budget. So despite me shipping out all those players, we're over twice what our wage budget should be for the season. So having considered things greatly over the last couple of days, I think my only option, in all seriousness, is to sell Jobe Bellingham. We stalled this deal at the end of the last episode, but that is nearly £6 million in the bank straight away. I can't rely on Jude Bellingham, his brother, being sold. It would be amazing if he does, but too much of a risk to take. So this is the moment we all cross our fingers and hope this is the decision that sets us up for a successful season. It may also be the decision that dooms us to relegation, depending on how the rest of the transfer window goes. So, yeah, wish me luck. Offer accepted. Now, I, as the Director of Football, am going to go searching for some emergency loans, while Jamie Day, our assistant manager, takes charge of the team on the pitch. So we will be back momentarily to see how each of us have got on. Well, I will take that. A 0-0 draw against Luton on the first day of the season. We didn't lose. We even kept a clean sheet, which, considering the strength of our goalkeepers, is probably a miracle. Good performances from our defence. We had to play Wisdom, our central defender / right back in defensive midfield. Bennett started up front. Our 16-year-old Bright Hope got a 6.3. A lot of pressure on the lad. But we've had an offer accepted for Dom Ballard, who could potentially join on loan from Everton for the whole season for nothing. Exactly the kind of player that we need. Haven't been able to scout much of him, but his determination, aggression, work rate look like they'll be decent enough. I'm really going on the fact that he played a year on loan in the Turkish Super League, so surely he can be good enough for the Championship. Surely! And I have just discovered something wonderful. I can ask the board to increase next season's transfer budget. It's not going to help us now, obviously, but it might convince them that I'm here for the long term. What could also be pretty helpful is getting an affiliate on board. Chairman says no. Senior affiliate, maybe. Free loans. Free loans are always good. Please work with what you have available. It's not been long since you joined the club. Brilliant. Thanks, Robert. Good to know, we're on the same page here. I'm starting to get a bit disappointed in my new boss. I have taken a sneaky step to increase our scouting range just for this month to cover all of England, because I need to get a look at those Premier Division under-21s. I think they are going to be my sole source of additional squad depth. So it's going to cost us a little bit more, but it's not like we're going to be able to scout much more than the Birmingham area for the rest of the season anyway. Right, starting to get some recommendations in from our new scouts. Fritz Voltmer recommending Farid Alidou from Eintracht Frankfurt. Wages quite costly, but only £950,000 transfer value. If we can get some retained transfer revenue from selling Bellingham, this could be the game changer that we need. If. Big if. Aurelio Buta. Even better. Yes, he's 27. I think it's fair to say I'm going to need to stretch the rules of Moneyball in this first transfer window. I hope you will forgive me. I want to be here for my second transfer window. Well, this bodes very well. Robert Elston has rejected my ask for more transfer budget next season. I think we will be discussing this with the board. Board believe the current budget for next season will be sufficient. Well, do you now? Surely investing more money is the only way to take this club forward. They disagree in the strongest possible terms. The club is doing perfectly fine. This is going swimmingly. Will this make a difference, though? It's the 13th of August, and we're selling Jobe Bellingham. The board, I presume, are lying to me again. They've said that £6 million will be added to the transfer budget. I'm thinking it won't be, but this is going to take our bank balance up to a significant level, and this might convince the board to make the changes we need to have any chance of signing anybody this summer. There we are. Bellingham's off. Nothing. £6 million in the bank, though. Come on, board. Well, that's a problem for tomorrow, because right now we're off to play Sunderland in the League Cup. Well, Jamie Day has his first victory. We beat Sunderland 1-0. Looks like we played pretty badly. Some good ratings there for the players, actually, but only 39% possession and 1 shot on target. Oh dear, their goalkeeper will be rather disappointed there. That is Ridian Bennett's first goal in a Birmingham shirt, though. Look at the state of this guy. He's another one I'm thinking, actually, if we can sell. Look, if we get anywhere near that value, oh, that could bring in a good number of decent quality players to shore up this squad, because yes, he could improve a lot. Yes, he's a prize asset, but we need depth right now, which we just do not have. George Hall, second best player, Sky Bet League 1 standard. Andre Wisdom, League 1. Terziev, League 1. Oh, I need more wages, board. I need more wages. 16th of August, we now have a loan offer in for Jadel Katongo from Manchester City. Central defender would be a terrific signing for us in normal times. Again, he's free. Played 15 games at Lincoln last year, but now 19 years old, a year stronger, determined, composed, good decision maker. This is exactly the kind of youngster we're going to need. And potential disaster. Burnley want Lee Charnley to join them as scout. He is our chief scout. He's only on 975 quid at work. We can't replace anyone for that money. Let's beg him to stay. We've got a very good working relationship. Oh, and amazingly, yes, he's pleased to know that he's wanted and won't be going anywhere. Wonderful. Now that, my friends, is charm. Now what? Gavin White wants his agreed playing time recognised as an important player to help him get into his national setup. So he's 28 years old. Surplus to requirements. Okay, well, there's no way we're selling him. Yep, your concerns are fair, Gavin. I understand your frustrations. Right, that's one player appeased, who will probably be playing against Reading in about 3.5 hours' time. Disappointing defeat at the hands of Reading, 2-1. No good performances here from the team at all. Well, clear space there. Barmer just overran the ball, cut straight back to the Reading player who's unmarked on the penalty spot. Absolutely shocking. Simmons put one away straight down the middle. But then a corner from Ince, and oh dear me, the goalkeeper should have done a lot better there. But what do we expect? He's 16 years old. What are this board thinking? We have £6 million sitting in the bank right now. 6 million. And I can't even ask them for some of it. What is wrong with them? There must be a decent quality goalkeeper here. We're just going to scout all of these goalkeepers from the Premier League who are interested in a loan. Surely one of them will be good enough. Please. Oh, finally some good news. Don Ballard is joining us on loan for the whole season. He's an important player who can still improve. He's potentially Premier Division standard. That's one. Better take a look. How many loanees are we allowed over the course of the season? Doesn't look like there's any limit. In which case, we bring in as many free loans as we possibly can. Okay, I'm currently getting team reports on all of the under-21 teams in Premier 1, hoping to find some bright young things who we can bring in to bolster the squad. And now the board are rubbing it in my face. I've achieved one of the club objectives 2 years ahead of schedule. We have repaired the club's financial damage that was due to be completed in May 27. It is August 2024. Give me some money to spend. Nothing. It's deadline day in 2 weeks. If you have any positive vibes out there, please send them my way right now, because my word, we need them. this Middlesbrough game is pretty much must win. My aim is basically to stay out of the relegation zone. As long as we can do that, I hope my job will be safe. We've repaired the club's financial damage, so we're already in the board's good books. That has got to count for something. If we can just not get dragged in to those bottom 3 places, we might hang on at least until Christmas, and then surely by then I'll be able to convince the board to give me some spensies. Well, here is something. Matthew Smith, potential loan target from Arsenal, already a decent Sky Bet Championship player. £15,000 a week. This is almost physically painful. Okay, so it's the 22nd of August. Week and a half till the transfer window closes. Team cohesion's good, club atmosphere not great, managerial support meh. But potentially game-changing news. The board are at least allowing me to ask now for an increased percentage of transfer revenue. So if I get this and I can sell a player or two, that could mean we can bring in at least some free transfers and actually develop some proper players of our own. Board will get back shortly. I just really hope I haven't annoyed them too much by asking for everything else that they've turned down. They can't be this ridiculous, surely. I mean, they have to say yes, right? Right? I don't think I can take it if they say no. Actual definite good news this time. Jack McGlynn coming in from Brighton on loan. Another complete freebie. Comes in as our second best midfielder. We'll probably play him in defensive midfield. And we have some transfer revenue of 15%. We have £6 million in the bank. They agree the current percentage of transfer revenue made is restrictive. Therefore, they will see to increase it as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Can I just have some of that money that's there in the bank in advance? I mean, look at this. Nathan Wood. Probably a few £100,000. It's that kind of player we need to secure our place in the Championship. But I need some money to do it. Which means I don't have a choice. We're offering out Bennett again. Boateng also has significant value. George Hall and Andre Wisdom. We have to bring in some funds. No offers for any of those players, though. And to make matters worse, we'd gone in for a loan for Jadel Katongo, and he has gone to Portsmouth. This is tough. This is tough, right? Andre Wisdom, maybe we do put him on the transfer list. He wanted to move anyway. He's currently earning £10,000 a week. Let's do it. And now crunch match against Middlesbrough. Predicted to finish 4th. Oh. These are the matches, though, at home where we have to pick up points if we have any hope of avoiding that relegation battle. So, Jamie, you have Dom Ballard and Jack McGlynn in the team now. Show them what you can do as our manager, Jamie. I believe in you. You can do this. Jamie, my friend, I will take that. A 1-all draw. Ballard started on the left wing with Bennett up front. McGlynn started in defensive midfield. Did not play a particularly good game, but we did not lose. Just because Middlesbrough had a goal ruled out in the 91st minute. So in the 23rd minute, Ballard floating down the left wing, cut back inside, managed to get the ball to Simmons, who finished. Defensive error there from Middlesbrough. Thank you very much, Borough. Appreciate that. And looks like it could be a carbon copy. Their left winger cuts back inside, and a simple finish. Just no one getting a block in, no one getting a tackle in. That is the sign of an inexperienced, undertrained defence. Yeah, we're in trouble. But 18th, 2 points on the board, unbeaten at home. That's a decent enough start. That's okay. None of the goalkeepers we scouted any good to come into the first team. That's a disaster. Brandon Austin, good Sky Bet League 2 goalkeeper. This might be the best that we can do. Potentially a good Championship player. He could get better. They let me take him on loan for free. £28,000 a week. Oh, that'll be a no then. This is the hardest transfer window I have ever experienced. And we have 1 week left. Still no offers for the players that I'm trying to move on. Doesn't even matter how good they are. I just need some money. Let's check in on Jude quickly. Any interest being shown in him? None at all. Is there any way we can just shake things up and say that we're interested? That would be quite handy right now. Just ruffle a few feathers, get people looking at him again. No offers for 5 players. If we just had some wage budget, we could sign players like Jay Matete from Sunderland. Good, solid ball-winning midfielder. Well, we managed to convince Brighton to accept an offer for Antef Tsungui just for 5 months. No idea what he's going to be like, but body, good. And he does actually join in time for this match against Watford. We could get through to the next round. Maybe they'll rest some of their players. I'm hoping for a morale-boosting win for Jamie. Further proof we need a goalkeeper. As if we weren't already aware, we lost 3-1 to Watford. They had an XG of 0.83. 7 shots. They did have 57% of the possession, but we probably shouldn't have conceded that many goals. 3 shots on target, not a single save. And that is from Ted Kurd, who I brought in on loan because he's better than Keanu Hoston and Oliver Sayer. Watford playing it out from the back, but a very direct ball there. William, oh my word, what shocking defending. Once again, just no one getting in the challenge. And a simple long ball over the top, which was just left to bounce by our defenders. Oh my word. We are awful. Somebody buy these players. I need to do some transfer business. Anybody interested in Jude yet? Come on. No, great. 4 days to go. We're really struggling. Clubs that might be interested in the players that we're trying to move on can't afford their wages. So, damn, I think, is a fair response. Do have 5 other loan offers in at the moment, so that's potential depth to the squad, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We have, oh, here we go, Leo Furhjelder. No idea if I pronounced that right. If Leo, I'm very sorry. I do apologise. We'll call him Leo. Is joining for 10 months, again for free. Marvellous. Sky Bet League 1 standard, can play left back or centre back. Tall, strong, tackling, ticks all of the DNA. Determination, teamwork, vision, work rate, stamina, strength, pace. And he can pass the ball too. I'm actually pretty pleased with that one. That's a good signing. And we have got Hinshelwood as well. That's fantastic news. Jack Hinshelwood, ball-winning midfielder. Great determination, teamwork, work rate, pace, stamina, strength. Not the best passer of the ball, but has a good leap on him. Naturally fit, hard tackling. Yes, he's quite aggressive. There might be a few yellow cards here. Jack was a fixture in our GTS Culture side in the Culture Club series. If you haven't watched that, do go back and check that one out as well. 3 days to go, 1 day, until we play Preston North End. And Jamie Day, I admire his enthusiasm. I'm a little concerned about his gung-ho attitude. He wants to win, and wants to win with style. Jamie, we have conceded 6 goals in our last 3 matches. We've scored in all of our last 4. That's something, I guess. We're about to play Preston North End, who are predicted to finish 19th. We have a chance. We have a chance. It's slim. It's very, very slim, but it is something. Adrian Payaziti is in on loan until the end of the season. An attacking midfielder this time, once again, aggressive, not that determined, but good work rate, decent pace and stamina. Good long shots, good first touch. Hoping he does present a bit of an attacking threat for us. And spectacularly, we have had 3 players called up for international duty, despite us not looking anywhere near a good enough squad. Jordan James, who is lined up to join Brentford in the summer for £12.5 million. Oh, to have that money now. I am unashamedly resorting to praising the players for their training performance. This is not something I would normally do as director of football, but I need to use every trick in the book. Head down to the training ground, spot the lads who are doing well, just give them a pat on the back, anything to boost morale. So I'm going to encourage the team here, keen to ensure that our heads don't drop. Things haven't been going our way, but we've got the ability to change our fortunes. Yes! Excellent! The squad's pleased! That's boosted morale pretty handily ahead of this Preston game. 2 days till the window closes. And Worthing are happily sitting in mid-table in the National League. 1-1, drawn 1, lost 1. Oh, to be on the south coast. Ryan Trevitt and Matthew Craig both playing great. They were my signings. We're away at Preston. Must-win match. We've boosted morale. We've done everything we can. We can get 3 points here. I believe in the boys. Most of all, Jamie, I believe in you. Use that determination. Work with those youngsters. You've definitely got plenty of them in your team. Show us what you can do. We did it. We did it. We beat them 2-1. Oh, my word. We got 3 points. And looks like we even actually deserved it. Wow. Gavin White got a man of the match performance, scoring one, setting up the second. I really don't understand why Kendra Simmons is starting when we've got Bennett sat on the bench. Guess he hadn't played very well in those first 3 matches, but he's 16. Hinshelwood, coming into the team straight away, performing well. That's brilliant to see. Barmer dropped out of the team for Leo. So some of those loanees coming in and doing a good job. It's remarkable stuff. So, oh my word, what a free kick from White. Wow. And then White set up this goal. So poor defending there from Preston. And a fairly easy finish from Simmons. That put us 2-0 up after 20 minutes. And my word, we were probably absolutely panicking on the pitch. And, oh, gosh. Poor defending once again, letting the Preston player burst through into the box there. And poor goalkeeping from Kurd. We're going to really, really struggle with that goalkeeping. But after 4 matches, we got 5 points on the board. And that's great. We have less than 48 hours until the transfer window closes. Still got 5.6 million in the bank. And finally, I'm allowed to ask the board to increase our transfer budget and our wage budget. This could transform everything. Please, board, help me save your club. It is deadline day. And the board still haven't told me whether they're going to give me any more wage budget or transfer budget. I love working at this club. Right, Bennett and Boateng both now transfer listed and offered to other clubs. Will Joshua Williams leave before the window closes later? I am happy to attract offers from anywhere and everywhere right now. I have to be honest. Please, board, tell me what is going on with our budgets. No one is willing to offer any sensible money for Bennett or for Boateng. I might have found, though, a League 2 quality goalkeeper. And they want £5,000 a week for him. Well, that rules that out then. We are offering out everybody just to try to get some budget available to spread around. We're even being pushed some players by agents, and there's nothing we can do because we haven't got any money. And when I say we haven't got any money, we've got 5 million quid in the bank. 12 hours, board. Come on. You can't be there kicking your heels, really wondering what to do. Right. Well, we've got an attacking midfielder coming in, Sonny Perkins, and Charlie McNeil, another striker. That's good. That's something. Again, free loans. That's all we've been able to do so far this summer. 11 hours left. Perkins and McNeil in. Great. More agent offers coming in. Anytime you're ready, board. Anytime you're ready. Well, that's Harvey Araujo in. Another player who can play left back. I think I'm getting flustered now because I thought he played right back. And I am now resorting to complete and total lies. James Sweet, who can play midfield and at right back. I'm trying to bring in on loan from Arsenal for the remainder of the season. They demanded that I promise to play him in the centre of midfield. I agreed. I'm really hoping that Jamie actually plays him at right back, but at this point in time, I don't care. Even if we get 3 matches out of him before Arsenal get aggrieved and take him back, that's a much better position than we're in right now. Well, Sweet is in. That's good. That's good. I'm going out there into the press to drum up some interest. We need to be open to anything on days like this. We have 8 hours remaining. Board, what are you doing? Have you ever seen anything like this? Yes, we have some money. We have £171,000 in our transfer budget, and seriously, And the board have increased our wages by £7,000 a week. I say again, we have £5 million in the bank. Calling all tycoons who can hear. If there are any tycoons out there, please, please, please take over. That's everything. Even shifting all of the transfer budget into wages, we are still £17,000 over. I have no idea what this board is thinking. This is the toughest challenge I've ever come across in Football Manager. I've tried everything that has completely floored me. That's taken all of the wind from my sails. No one's coming in for our star players. This is it. This is the best we are going to do. And that's it. We're done. We brought in £18 million from the sale of 4 players. And that is what we've been given to spend afterwards. Oh, that's depressing reading. Norwich City are paying out the most wages in the Championship, nearly £1 million a week. And there we are, less than half of the next worst club. We have brought 12 players in. That might be good. We've brought in a lot of new signings. We brought in an entire team's worth of loan players, so that could see us through the season. I have to hope. Certainly Dom and Leo among the better players at the club. And then Hinshelwood, Sweet, McGlynn, Perkins, McNeil, Piazziti. Oh, they've added a lot of depth. Because if we had to go beyond them, we would be really, really struggling. And we have improved in the eyes of the media. We were 400 to 1 to win the league. We're now only 350 to 1. Well, my mission until January is simple. Survive. I am hopeful that come January, Ridian Bennett will have built up a great value. He'll have shown his quality and there'll be interest in him. The same could be said for Benjamin Boateng. And of course, Jude Bellingham. There could be interest in him in the January transfer window. So all is not lost yet. After 4 matches, we are somehow in 12th place. Our squad is set until Christmas. 19 matches into the season. We have 8 unhappy players on the books. We are hemorrhaging almost £1 million a month. And we've won once in our last 7 matches. So perfect time to go away from home to the league leaders. Despite all of those difficulties that I just ran through, we are in 10th place. I am even more baffled than you are. Our form immediately after the transfer window concluded was, quite frankly, ludicrous. I plugged in a friendly against a local team to just try to G us up for the fixtures ahead, and September and October were just mind-blowing. Look at this. 6 wins, 3 draws in 2 months. We got as high as 3rd. We have obviously dropped off a bit of a cliff since then. Things started to take a dip with this 4-0 away defeat at Watford, who were top of the league at the time. They firmly put us in our place, it's fair to say. And then we lost to Huddersfield, Blackburn, managed to draw at QPR, and then lost, most shockingly of all, given our form through September and October, to Millwall, who were rock bottom, but managed to pick up a pretty lucky 1-0 home victory over Coventry just a couple of days ago. There have been some wonderful performances to shout about this season as well. So Leo on loan has got a fantastic rating playing at the centre of defence. Hinshelwood has been a defensive midfield rock for us. Joshua Williams, who started 12 matches, and average value doesn't suggest anything amazing, but he has been solid for us. Dom Ballard's recent form has been brilliant, as has Sonny Perkins. The real difficulty that we're facing at the moment, as you can see, is the amount of unhappy players. Now, what I failed to notice on my deadline day spree of signing as many loan players as I possibly could was this little bit of information down here. Maximum of 5 loan players in match squad. So doesn't matter how many you got, you can only choose 5. We have 11, so it's quite tricky to keep them all happy. As a result of that, I have had to juggle things around a bit and occasionally encourage Jamie to pick some of these players who were not getting as much football as they otherwise might have liked. But you can certainly see from the number of appearances these players have made who his favourites are. Ted Curd, 17 appearances in goal. Sonny Perkins, 13 starts. Hinshelwood 11, Leo 10, Ballard 8. They are the ones who are getting into the team most regularly. And I'm sure you're all very keen to see what the financial situation is. Well, we are still in a positive bank balance at the moment. We've got nearly £2.4 million in the bank. But if you look at our profit and loss each month, oh, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. We've now spent all of our scouting budget, despite restricting it as much as possible. We're spending nearly £30,000 a week over our wage budget, simply because we're relying on so many youngsters who are getting increased wages once they reach a certain amount of games played, that all of their wages are going up. But with January fast approaching, I have seen a glorious transfer rumour. Liverpool supposedly have made Jude Bellingham their primary target. We have a 25% profit sell-on clause. If he goes for £95 million to Liverpool, we'll get about £17.5 million. And because of our much stronger financial position, I have been able to negotiate that we get 30% of transfer revenue, which could mean in January, not only would we be able to actually sort our wage budget out, we might even be able to sign some actual proper Birmingham City players. Which is something, a few months ago when I joined this club, I genuinely thought might never happen. Another potential windfall imminent as well. It's the FA Cup third round draw today, and I am really hoping that we get drawn away from home against one of the big Premier League teams. I know that the board expect us to be competitive in this competition. To be honest, all I want is some money from it. And we've been drawn away from home at Luton Town. Great, that feels about right. So it's Tuesday night, the 10th of December. We are away from home against Nottingham Forest, who sit 1 point clear from Watford at the top of the league. We, against all odds, sitting in 10th place. I fear we may start to fall like a stone, but we are 15 points clear of the relegation zone. Hopefully, another 12 or so points would be enough to keep us up. But it's been a while since we watched this team live in action, so glutton for punishment. Let's watch us get absolutely battered by Forest. So Forest lining up with a 4-2-3-1. And I suspect we will do the same. Yes, Ballard up front for us. Commentary team saying at the bottom there, it's a tough one to call, but Birmingham will be low on confidence after their recent run of form. Well, I don't think it's a tough one to call at all. Nottingham Forest at home. Surely we're just going to get absolutely destroyed here. But surprisingly, 12 minutes in, we've got most of the possession and Nottingham Forest have scored a goal. Wonderful. Half an hour in, nothing else of note. Nottingham Forest playing the ball back to their defence. And a lofted pass over our right back. Andre Wisdom unable to cut the ball out, and an easy finish there for the Nottingham Forest striker. We have such an inexperienced team. I'm not surprised to see us go away from home to a club like Forest and struggle. We've just been overperforming all expectations this year. And amazingly, Perkins manages to steal the ball, but kicks it straight back to a Forest defender. Aurier once more attacking down the right flank. Back to Yates, and another lofted pass. We managed to clear once again. So we are surviving a period of extended pressure here, but the ball, when we do manage to get it up front, is just not sticking at all. I think that Ballard is probably not the most effective front man to have when we're playing that direct style. And it just goes to show there, 3 goals down in the first half. Jamie has a lot to do at half-time to convince this team that they can actually come back into the match. I always expected this, though. There would be matches this season where we would just get absolutely hammered. Remember that most of our team are only League One standard at best at the moment. And because of the situation with the loanees not being able to play all of them at once, we've got a lot of League Two, possibly National League quality players in the team. Oh, another ball over the top. That's 4. We look like a League Two team playing out of our depth. It is amazing to believe that only a few matches ago we were on a 9-game unbeaten streak. Certainly doesn't look like it here. We are being absolutely carved open. 4-0 at half-time. Yikes. Well, Jamie, I hope you have some strong words for the team at half-time, because we need to do much, much better than that. If we could just not concede in this second half, I would be happy. Interestingly, an early substitution, 53rd minute, we bring Bennett on for Simmons. But Forest are in again, and oh my word, that's 5. I think this is now our heaviest defeat of the season. Kurd kicking the ball away in frustration. And I do feel for him. We're expecting far, far too much from a League 2 standard goalkeeper. Top of the shopping list for January is absolutely going to be a new goalkeeper. We need someone who the defence can rely on. And a lot of tired players. We have relied on some of these players putting in a lot of game time. Approaching the end of the 90 minutes. We have managed to concede just 1 in this second half. So that is an improvement. Obviously, Forest will have taken their foot off the gas. But, you know, we got a shot on goal. Bennett came on and got a 6.9. I'm looking for positives here. There aren't many. There aren't many at all. We didn't embarrass ourselves in the second half, I would say. That's something, at least. We dropped to 11th after that match. Now a goal difference of -6. But again, 30 points at this stage of the season is so far beyond anything I expected. I have to be very, very proud of the boys. Well, it's nice to see the Birmingham players taking responsibility for what the supporters witnessed against Nottingham Forest. They have paid out over £35,000 to fans who bought tickets to go to the City Ground to watch that 5-0 hammering. That's probably not a bad way to get the supporters back on side. The players felt they'd badly let down the travelling support and wanted to pay them back for their loyalty. That is nice to see. We have Bristol City at home next up. They are 8th, we are 11th, and both of us in pretty poor form. But as we know, their squad is probably significantly better than ours, and therefore they are favourites. It does look like Sonny Perkins is confusing myself and Jamie Day, though. He was concerned about the position we'd been playing him in, and has changed his mind as he feels we've been doing much better of late. No longer concerned about my tactical decisions. They weren't mine! They were Jamie's. Now only 6 players at the club who are unhappy. Progress. But is that going to do us any good against Bristol City? Let's find out. Not bad at all. A 1-1 draw against the team in 8th place in the league. Oh, I say not bad. Devastating. We went ahead in the 15th minute and conceded in the 93rd. It would have been a ridiculous victory. We had an XG of 0.34 versus Bristol City's 1.92. But some good performances again. Fleming has been playing very well this season. Wisdom, Leo, Araujo, Hinshelwood, Bennett having a poor game though. Which is a shame to see because his form this year has actually been pretty decent considering the lad's only 16 years old. 6.83 rating and 6 goals from 12 starts. A lot of pressure on him and he's doing a great job. Oh, more incoming money potentially. Maxine Collin is now 1 appearance away from making 50 at Sochaux, which means we'd get £450,000. Next up, we have Ipswich. We're away from home this time. We're in 12th, they are 9th, and they are in exceptional form. 1-4 and drawn 1 of their last 5 fixtures. This might be another pasting. Not a pasting, but a fairly comprehensive defeat, sadly. 14 shots against 4, 56% possession versus 44. And a 2-0 defeat with only Hinshelwood in our starting 11 exceeding a 7 rating. I definitely need to keep an eye out for pacier central defenders in the transfer window because we've been a victim of the ball over the top so many times this season. That was 1. And exactly the same thing happens again, only this time more centrally. Played on side and an easy finish in the end. Simple, direct football that we have had no answer for. We either need Kurd to step out and deal with those or the central defenders to be dropping off and sprinting to catch up, which they clearly did not do. And now poor Riddy and Bennett. Our 16-year-old hero is jaded and can do with the rest, so we're going to have to rest him now against Swansea, which isn't ideal. They've picked up to 20th and have won 3 of their last 5. Does feel like a bit of a downward spiral is starting. Certainly that heady heights of 3rd place seem a very long way away now. We definitely need another team meeting ahead of this Swansea game. Encourage the team. That's it. Kofi knows we've been rubbish. Nobody can hide from that fact, and it falls on us to sort it out. Yes, it does. So let's pump those fists. Yes, we've increased morale a little bit. Not as much as I would have liked. There is a lot riding on this Swansea match, because straight after that, we've got Forest at home. And we know how things went the last time we played Forest. Unsurprisingly, Swansea favourites again. We're 5-2, despite being 8 places above them in the league. Well, the board and the fans expect nothing from this. Here's the proof. We've been overperforming significantly so far this season. Our expected goals are the worst in the division. We've scored 5 more than expected, which has given us 9 more points. That is why we are currently flying high in mid-table. And this is almost certainly going to run back to the mean. And we're going to be in serious trouble. Loads of passes being made against us in the final third, and we don't have many passes for in the final third. So we've been clinical at taking our chances so far, but we're not creating many, and we're giving a lot away. This does not bode well. Come on, Jamie. Gee these boys up. Pull out a miracle result against Swansea. You've done it enough times earlier in the season. I know you can do this. I'm off to eat my Boxing Day turkey, but I'll be following along on live text. Oh my word! Looks like all it needed was for Jamie to hear some positive words of encouragement and advice and support, and for me to go and eat some turkey. We beat Swansea 2-0. We're up to 34 points. We're in 11th place. And we did have more shots on target than the opposition this time, at least. Not a lot of possession, and a lot of good performances. Kurd, Leo, Barmer, Terziev, Wisdom, Piazziti, White, Simmons, Fleming, all 7 and above. Ballard probably had a quiet game, got a 6.7 despite scoring, and Hinchell with a rare average performance. I'm delighted with this away from home. First goal was a bit of an oddity. Lots of defensive confusion in the box, but Ballard managed to sneak in to put one away. And then the second one, to be honest, was a thing of beauty. White taking the ball and playing a gorgeous pass through to Simmons, bursting through from attacking midfield. Great finish from him. And that was 2-0 at 40 minutes. And we didn't look back. We didn't actually create much more at all after that point, looking at the XG table, but we didn't need to. That is great. Board are happy. We're sitting in the top half. Supporters are pleased with the league performance as well. Won 9, drawn 7, lost 7. 13 points clear of relegation at the halfway point of the season. That is a sentence I certainly did not expect to be uttering at the end of the previous episode. It's entirely possible it will all go completely catastrophically wrong from this point, and we don't win a game for the rest of the season. If any team is capable of doing so, it's probably this Birmingham City one. But with Jude still being Liverpool's major target, it is possible. There's a tiny, tiny sliver of hope that we might actually get some spendable transfer budget in January. It's a lot to ask, and we have some big matches coming up before we get there as well. Nottingham Forest at home, top of the league. Hull City away, Cardiff at home, Luton away in the FA Cup, followed by Portsmouth and Bournemouth. It's not entirely unreasonable to think that by the end of January, we might have secured 40 plus points and be just about safe from relegation. I was so looking forward to this transfer window. I had grand plans. We were going to transform our fortunes, and the board have slashed our retained transfer revenue. So with 1 week to go, this is going to hurt. I hate the amount of debt that this club is in. Nearly £1 million a month that we're losing. And look, We're not even spending £50,000 a week on wages. In fact, we are paying off more than 10 times our wages each month to the club chairperson primarily and a club director, who I would very much appreciate if they just gave us longer to pay it back. Just give us a fighting chance. But the worst news of all is that this percentage of transfer revenue to reuse, to improve our squad, to improve our chances of staying in this division, has been cut from 30% to 10%. And I would just like to point out again, that's after we have made an £18 million transfer profit this year. £18 million! And you remember that one shining light of hope at the end of the last episode, that Liverpool were interested in Jude Bellingham, the major target? Yeah, not anymore. No one's interested. I think the game is conspiring to get me fired. But somehow I am achieving what the board expect this year. They considered us to be competitive in the Carabao Cup and in the FA Cup, even though we lost in the third round in our first fixture. That's how low their expectations are. They're currently satisfied that we're on course to achieve a mid-table finish. Well, maybe, but our form is ropey. More on that in a minute. And they're pleased with the work done to improve the wage bill. Yeah, I'll bet you are. 18 million quid's worth of sales. But sadly, form has been pretty ropey. Since we beat Swansea, we haven't won a single match. We've only lost one of our last 5, but there's a lot of 1-1 draws in there. And unless we can pull off another miracle, I expect those 1-1s to turn into losses, because we are about to lose our goalkeeper. Ted Curd, who we signed on loan, 18 years old, only operating at League 2 level, but played 25 matches for us and kept 7 clean sheets in the league. His loan ends today. And despite me begging Chelsea to let us have him back on loan, they want him to play at a higher level. So we're desperately searching for another goalkeeper. Luca Gunter, I'm hoping, will be the answer, on loan from Tottenham. I'm so desperate we've even offered to pay 10% of his wages. He isn't very good. He's Vanarama South standard, but he's potentially Championship standard, and he's better than anyone else we've got. We are scraping the barrel, digging through the bottom of it, and drilling about a mile down. So as things stand, somehow we remain in mid-table. We're in 14th place, draw specialists for the division. Luck has been on our side so far. We're 13 clear of Preston North End, who are currently occupying the final drop spot. But I don't expect us to be able to do any business on deadline day. We have 6 more days, and after that we are away at Sunderland, who are in 23rd place. That's probably the best hope we'll have in a long time of picking up 3 essential points. And to help us along the way, I am going to try desperately to find some more free loans who are at the standard of Charlie McNeil or Jack Hinshelwood, already operating at Championship level. They're the ones we need to help us secure our place in this division and keep me in a job. Wish me luck, because I think this is going to feel like a really long 6 days. Right, this breaks most of the principles of the Director of Moneyball ethos, but desperate times call for truly desperate measures. I have discovered Barley Mumba, incredibly versatile fullback, attacking midfielder, defensive midfielder, would be one of the better players at the club, and we would be able to get him, potentially, if he wants to join us, by paying Norwich just £6,000 a month. That is nothing in comparison to our eye-watering debt, so that feels, if it's going to help us stay in the division, a complete no-brainer. I'm trying the same trick with defender Nicholas Ioanu as well, but we haven't got £5,000 a week to spare, I'm afraid. And Montpellier want £5,000 a week for Bobby Thomas as well. This is not looking promising. So unless I can find anything wondrous out there, our survival hopes might depend on a 19-year-old goalkeeper and a 23-year-old versatile wingback. Bodes well. But what is this? So Joe Bellingham, we had a 40% profit sell-on clause, and if we choose to sell it, we'll get nearly £1 million. I feel that's not going to be enough. All it would do is add £97,000 to what's already a massively overinflated wage bill. I'll save that for now. If I really desperately need it, going into deadline date, maybe we'll think again, but it really doesn't feel like it's going to make any difference. But what might make a difference is getting £1 million if we can sell Riddy and Bennett for 10 million quid. It has to be done. There we go. Offering him out. There's no interest in him at the moment. I don't know if it's going to stoke any fires whatsoever. George Hall, similarly, if we could get 6 million quid, or Kofi Barmer. Don't know what choice we have. That's it. Our 3 prize assets. I've bitten the bullet. I've offered them out. If we can sell one of them, I might then be able to have a little bit of flex, a little tiny bit, to be able to potentially pick up a couple of free transfers, or even just extend the contract of some of these players who are expiring soon. Brandon Fleming has been essential for us this year. He's played 27 matches, and I cannot afford to offer him the same wage he is currently on. The most the board will allow me to do is not even £2,000 a week. He's going to end up walking away for nothing. What jobs are out there at the moment? Darlington, Solihull Moors, our affiliate club, that would be ironic. Bundesliga 2, gosh. Never contemplated potentially needing to move abroad and do a director of football job over there. Has it come to this? What about Worthing? Oh, they are in poor form. Worthing, where are you? Oh no, they're 20th. They can't go down, surely. They were flying high under Chris McPhee earlier in the season. Oh dear, oh dear. Who knows? We may be going back to the ancestral home. If things don't work out here at Birmingham, there's still time. Not a lot, but there is still time. Oh, wonderful. Kofi Barmer is upset. He wants to know why I'm touting his services to other clubs. Damn! I'm going to ask his agent to resolve the issue here. Hopefully his agent can see that actually this would be an opportunity for him to earn more at a bigger club. Right, well, his agent thinks he's every right to be upset about being forced out. He's not being forced out. I just desperately need some funds. Let's be honest. The club needs to cash in on you as soon as possible. He doesn't want to be a victim of the club's financial issues and wants to stay here. Kofi, I would love that too. There is nothing more I would like. But I can't. Okay, fine. Right. Kofi, we're not going to sell you. George and Ridian it is. Well, we've only gone and hammered the morale of one of the most influential players at the club. This is going well. I'm having my face rubbed in it by agents here now. Ian Mitchell is letting me know that his client, Ebu Adams, is available for a fee of around £125,000, which for an average championship club sounds like peanuts. And for us, it's a distant dream. Monday, 27th of January. Deadline day's on Friday. Ted Curd has gone. So as things stand, our best goalkeeper is 16 years old and only good enough for the Vanarama North or South. But he's consistent. Yay. No one's interested in Hall or Bennett. Oh, this is getting worse. I'm even being recommended to put Hall on the transfer list by my staff, but that's just going to hammer his value. Oh, I'm getting some recommendations for scouts to sign, though. That's helpful. Because so far, all of the great players that I've scouted have been queuing up to join this financially broken institution. Well, a sliver, a tiniest sliver of good news here. We do have Luca Gunter joining on loan from Tottenham. He will be first choice. He is better than the other goalkeepers we have. Still nowhere near the quality required for this level, but he's got high potential, so maybe he'll get better really, really quickly. He is supposedly a better shot stopper and better aerial presence than Curd, so maybe he'll be all right. How is a club with the history of Birmingham City relying on a 19-year-old free loan goalkeeper to keep them in the Championship? I hate this board so much. Antef Tsungui now returns to Brighton. He was one of my emergency versatile loan signings in August. Started 2 matches, so that at least is no major loss. Oh, brilliant. Even better news. Piazzetti's now got the flu. Sending him home. There is no way I'm keeping him at the club and risking that spreading. Right, it's Wednesday. 2 days left. I'm just going to offer out Bennett again. And Hall. In fact, I will even stick him on the transfer list. Both of them on the transfer list. Both of them offered out. Please, somebody come and save me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. Okay. This might possibly be the miracle that we need. If I can get more. Everton have offered 2.2 million up front and 2.2 in instalments. This is where I need to get brave. Oh, thank you so much to Clates for the tip on this. If you didn't watch his video about how to get the best value for your players, I'm using that technique and it seems to be working. Go check it out. I rejected the bid from Everton. I then offered Hall out again, this time for £5 million. They have come back in with a straight £5 million bid. Clates says I should reject this again, which I will do, and we'll offer him out for 6 this time. Is it going to work? It does. They've come back and offered 6. Wow. Clates, that video, best one on YouTube this year. Thank you. I'll stick the link in the description below. Everyone go check it out. And by the way, if you're enjoying what you're watching on this channel right now, please drop a like on the video and subscribe. Always helps out. Right, so Everton have offered £6 million for George Hall. This, I've just got to take it. I don't want to risk them pulling out by me trying to push for an extra £250,000, which in reality for us is 25k. Right, George, please hurry up, make a decision, leave, so we've got some money to spend on deadline day. No offers for Bennett. Liverpool only want to pay £950,000. No, that's not happening. Right, we'll remove him from the transfer list then. Jose Carvalho wants to be recalled from his loan at Solihull Moors. Honestly, Jose, I can't do it. They're paying over half your wages, and I can't afford to bring you back. Right, it's deadline day. No word from George. He's cutting things quite fine. Just sign the contract. We need this money in the bank. £600,000. I don't even know if it's going to make a dent. It might cover our wage budget. Oh, am I going to have any transfer spending? If George can make a decision soon, this might be the busiest transfer deadline day I have ever been involved in. Quiet deadline day expected, eh? Well, not for me. George, hurry up! 15 hours. Sunderland are favourites for our match tomorrow. They've lost their last 5 matches in a row, and they are favourites. That says a lot about how good we are right now. Galaxy are interested in signing Brandon Fleming at the end of his contract. Come on, George, if you move on, I might be able to sign him up. Keep him here next season. Oh, this is so stressful. Right, Western Supermare have come in asking to take Shane Brown on loan for the rest of the season. They're going to pay some wages. Yes, absolutely. Take them off my books. Oh my goodness me, 12 hours to go. Come on, George, what are you doing? Please don't ruin this for me. Oh, confirmation. Oh, Mumba's going to Oxford. That's annoying. But, Hall is going to Everton. We get £600,000 added to our transfer budget. Just as we're getting some agents offer us their players. Right, 10 hours to go. So if we put all of that £600,000 into our wage budget, that's still not enough to sign anybody else. All I've done is weaken the team. We've now got nearly £8 million in the bank, and the board will not allow me to ask for anything. So I think I need to dramatically change tack here. I think what I need here, if I can find one, if I can afford one, is a higher quality assistant manager. I remember us looking at him at the very start of the season. He wants £2,500 a week, which we can't afford. We could, however, make it 1.9, add a 50% top division promotion wage rise. We can waive club compensation for a managerial role, give him a contract extension after promotion, and hell, we'll give him a bonus if we reach the playoffs. He still wants 2k. Nope, he's out. Jesse Marsh, I will give you all the bonuses if you join as my assistant manager. Oh! There has to be someone here we can convince. Thomas Letch is better than Jamie Day in pretty much every aspect. Wants to play a 5-2-1-2 vertical tiki-taka. We definitely need to change things up. And this might be doable. He only wants £2,000 per week. This is maybe it. He's agreed to join us for 1.8k. I don't know how much compensation it will be to boot Jamie, but maybe we could offer Jamie a contract to stay on as a coach as well. No, Jamie is adamant he does not want to be anything but an assistant manager. Sorry, Jamie, you might be disappointed. Well, possibility we might be able to bring in Luke Chambers on loan. Our offer for Chambers has been accepted. It's now down to him whether he joins us or not. How has this transfer window affected your plans for the rest of the season? How honest do you want me to be, Sean? Right, that's one in. Luke Chambers does join. How much game time he'll get, I don't know, because we can only play 5 loanees at any one time. He does come in as an important player. This is good, this is good, this is good. How about it, board? 4 hours left. Any chance you'll let me, spend some of this £8 million you have sitting in the bank account? Oh my word, 1 hour before the end of the window, Blackpool come in for a low ball offer for Brandon Fleming, which I'm absolutely not accepting. Any chance of Jude going? Nah. I added him to the shortlist just to see if that prompted any interest from other clubs. Not a thing. Right, let's praise these players for training well then, because that's pretty much the most impactful thing that I can do now. As this transfer window runs to a very, very disappointing end. And there we go. In some respects, a very successful window. We once again brought in a staggering amount of money. £6 million from the sale of George Hall to Everton. George Hall, who had started 12 matches for us this year and got an average rating of 6.89. Decent, but not amazing. Great potential, though. He goes into the Everton under-21s. However, when Norwich City are spending over £1 million a week on wages, and we're spending £65,000. I mean, how do you even rationalise it? How can the board be expecting us to compete as a mid-table team? Surely next season they'll reduce their expectations. Luke Chambers, though, will be a big help. He can actually play in the centre of defence, so I suspect that is where he will be picked. But it's over to Jamie until such time as Thomas Lech confirms that he is joining us. £5.5 million of profit this month, and nothing to show for it. Well, moment of truth, we're up against Sunderland, away from home. They've lost their last 5 matches in a row. We've drawn 4 and lost 1 of our last 5 matches. Is Jamie going to pick up any result here? If he doesn't, I think we're in serious trouble. We did somehow manage another draw. Miraculous result by the look of things. We dominated possession, but did nothing at all in the second half. Great performances from Leo, Terziev, Barmer and Hinshelwood. Fleming, 2 goals from Bennett, but a poor start for our goalkeeper. As you would expect, he's just not good enough to be playing at this level. And now Fleming's injured for 3 to 4 weeks because he's pulled his knee ligaments. Oh, it gets better. Well, the ultimate transformational news coming out of this transfer window for Birmingham City is still yet to be confirmed. Thomas Lech, we have submitted an application for a work permit for him. It's due on Monday, the 17th of February. We've got 3 matches to play between now and then against Watford at home, Preston at home and Sheffield United away. Watford currently in 7th, Preston 22nd, and we're playing them at home. That could be 3 valuable points, maybe. And then Sheffield United away at 2nd place. Oh my word, this is going to hurt. What state are we going to be in by the time we get there? All of a sudden, we have some transfer budget. We have some wage budget. And we have a new assistant manager who has just beaten the 4th place team in the league away from home. If things carry on like this, I might still have a job at the end of the year. We went away from home to Stoke City, sitting in 4th place in the league, and beat them 2-1. Not only did we beat them, but we actually looked good value for that as well. 52% possession, XG of 1.64. We went toe-to-toe the entire match. And you will notice pretty major change in system. That is right, Jamie Day is no longer with us. We agreed a mutual termination with him. It cost us £210,000. But we have signed Thomas Lech. He is our new assistant manager. He is better than Jamie in every single respect, and he's playing that 5-2-1-2. Very early days, 1 match played, but oh my word, if he keeps this up, we could not only stay up, we could achieve that mid-table finish. And if you think that's good, look at this. Scouting budget, transfer budget, wage budget. It took until the transfer window had concluded, of course, but I did manage to convince the board to give me more spending money. That was out of the existing funds we have. We've still only got 10% of transfer revenue retained, but I'm hoping I can use this to find some free transfers, to line up some permanent signings for the summer who are reaching the end of their contracts, potentially even put a couple of cheeky lowball bids in for players reaching the end of their contracts as well to secure them early. This scouting budget has huge flexibility, and it means I'm finally able to look beyond the surrounding divisions. We're scouting all across Europe, and I'm desperately hoping to find some new stars to add to this team. Immediately, I'm going to enter into contract negotiations with Brandon Fleming. I couldn't even offer him £2,000 a week in the last episode. Now it is allowing me to offer up to £8,000. Oh, it's like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. And with that, we now do potentially have Brandon Fleming on board for another 3 years. Yes, he's got a minimum fee release clause of £3.8 million, but this is a total game changer. I actually feel like I'm able to do my job properly at last. Obviously, we are still losing £1 million a month, and this state of affairs might not last forever, so I will make the most of it while I can. And I think it's fair to say, despite all of the constraints, I've done a pretty good job as Director of Football this year. Last season, this club lost £6 million. This season, yeah, we've still got a few months left. We've currently made nearly £17 million. We're already guaranteed another £12.5 million in the summer when Jordan James moves to Brentford permanently. And we still have 25% of the profit from any future transfer for Jude Bellingham, who is now wanted by PSG. I know the Liverpool interest didn't come to anything in the January window. Hopefully, the summer window will be a different matter entirely. So we could be looking at a summer where we can actually properly rebuild this squad, which is desperately needed. We don't have a decent goalkeeper. We only have 3 permanent centre-backs. 2 of them are our permanent defensive midfielders. 1 of them is our wing-back. And then in attacking midfield and up front, when you get past Riddy and Bennett, the options are just not good enough. But the end of the season is still a long way away. 13 more matches, starting with Norwich City at home, who are in 3rd place, followed by Huddersfield away, who are in 17th. Now, if you look at how we've done in the league, we obviously had that ridiculous start and have fallen away since, but we have stabilised in mid-table for a good few weeks now. We have 44 points. We're 17 clear of the drop zone at the moment, which is brilliant. We're actually absurdly closer to the playoffs. So if anyone can keep us going, it looks like on early evidence, Thomas Lech is the man. It's happened once already in this Director of Moneyball series. We got rid of our assistant manager at Worthing, replaced him with Ben Watson, and we flew. Could we do the same at Birmingham? It's a much, much tougher ask. As you know, we were favourites for relegation at the start of the season, and our squad is still significantly underpowered for this level of football. But my word, that underpower might not last a long time. The board have increased next season's transfer budget to an almost delirious £637,000, which for this level is nothing, but for Birmingham City is an amazing figure. Worth pointing out, we have been here before. We got increased transfer budget, we got increased wage budget and transfer revenue retained earlier in the season, which was then taken away when the board realised we're still losing loads of money every month. So do fully expect exactly the same thing to happen again. I know I am. And it's not looking entirely promising, unfortunately, for this Norwich match. They have won their last 5 games in a row. We are, for our form this season, I'd say that's delightful. 2 wins out of the last 5 matches. We might get a bit of a battering. But look, I mean, these are the kind of deals I can now actually contemplate making. £350,000 for the transfer. Decent championship player. Annoyingly now, he plays on the right wing and our assistant manager doesn't play with wingers. But it's the kind of move that might now be possible. And I cannot tell you, after the difficulties of this season, just how liberating that is. And with my delightful wage budget, I have now put adverts out for all of the gaps that we've got across our staff team as well. We're way behind when compared to the average championship club. Now we can start making up some ground. Well, that's Elliot Stonell potentially joining as performance analyst, and Sam Pearson as well. Excellent start. Right, game day. Thomas Lecce's second match in charge of Birmingham City. We're at home against Norwich City, flying high in third. What can Thomas do? Well, we have to watch this one live, don't we? We missed the first match in charge. I didn't think it was worth showing it to you. I thought we'd get an absolute hammering, and we go and beat them away from home. Can we do something even better against Norwich? Well, here we are lining up with that 5-2-1-2 formation that served us very well last time out. Norwich playing a 4-2-3-1, which obviously we're very familiar with, having played the same for much of the season under Jamie Day. Big gap in points between the two of us, 22 points difference. But we have the new manager bounce in our favour. We're looking eager here. We're winning a lot of aerial duels. We're winning a lot of tackles. And as soon as I say that, we give the ball away. Brilliant stuff. So we're still not... Well, you can see there it's not necessarily our confidence that's lacking. It's our technical ability under pressure. And we do manage to clear the ball away again, but it comes right back at us. Norwich just controlling possession, and an easy finish there for Norwich. That was a well-worked goal, Dane Scarlett. But is he offside? He is offside. Scarlett is on the attack again, and is that... No, somehow it's not a... Oh, it's off the crossbar! I thought we were going to give away a free kick there. The referee might have played advantage, but the Norwich team hammer it against the crossbar. The ball is being booted up to our front too, but we are not sticking it at all. We've got more possession, but not a single effort so far. Deflection there as the ball is floated into the box. Hinshelwood, oh my word, that would have been goal of the season. That was absolutely spectacular. A ridiculous volley from about 25 yards out. Just flies back off the crossbar. We are looking competitive at least. But Norwich getting another chance. They are getting those crosses in a little too often for my liking. There's another one, and it's floated past the post. This is going to be a tense match. We do have more possession still. I fear that we may be under a lot of pressure for this match, though. All of the effort. There we go. No doubt about whether that was offside or not. A quality finish there from Isaac Hayden for Norwich. But I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is against a team who are flying high, challenging for automatic promotion. We have been rubbish this year. There's no other word for it. We've just been really, really poor. We've drawn way more matches and won far more matches than we probably should have done, to be perfectly honest. We have overperformed our XG. We don't deserve to be honest, in the position that we are in the league. So to be only 1-0 down at half-time while we're dominating possession, I think is that's quite positive. It will be interesting to see what happens in the second half, though, because I know that Lech is a much stronger motivator than Jamie Day was. So can he convince the team to get back into this at half-time? It looks... Well, that was a good claim from Gunter, our National League South quality goalkeeper, who's on loan from Tottenham. His kicking leaves something to be desired, though, because the ball is just coming back to us every single time. Ballard made it with a strong tackle there, but it goes straight back to Norwich. Ballard doing a lot of legwork there, but Scarlett... Oh, good save from Gunter! And Terziev manages to clear it. So the team are really working hard. That is something that makes me happy, at least. They're absolutely shattered looking at their physical condition there, but they are putting in a really solid effort. It's half an hour remaining. We're going to have to make some substitutions soon. There's no way we can keep this whole team on the pitch for 90 minutes. And, oh, Scarlett, it just dribbles over the line. That one is not going to be disallowed. And that, I think, is just a sign that our goalkeeper is very young and very inexperienced. Just wasn't able to deal with that when it came back off the woodwork. He did actually save it. I thought that came off the woodwork. No, he palmed it away. But straight to the feet of Scarlett. Still a respectable scoreline against a team that's in third place. It's a shame that this is happening at home. It's not something the fans will be enjoying watching. Us being outplayed quite so easily. And McCallum gets a run straight into that. That was just really poor defending. McCallum just ran all the way down the pitch. Completely uncontested. Look at this. No one anywhere near him. No one attempting to make a tackle. And we did try to block the cross, I guess, but poor defending. What's this? We have an attack going now. This is the first time, I think, in the second half. Wisdom stumbling over the ball there. We managed to keep it. Barmer moves forward. Plays it to Terziev. Plays it back to Barmer. Plays it back to Terziev. We're just... For a vertical tiki-taka team, we are playing very, very slowly. We're not looking to force the ball forward. But Simmons is in! Oh! And unfortunately can't put it away. We have the ball again in midfield. It's a challenging scrap in that midfield. We're being outnumbered in there. But Robson manages to steal the ball away. Plays it to Simmons, who just loses it straight away. Now, Robson and Simmons are two players who, again, League 2 standard at best. Just not enough quality to play at this level, and it shows. Scarlett is in again, but we do manage to get the block. Terziev there manages to clear it away. Some changes being made, but oh my word, our entire back seven is absolutely exhausted. They've only got a couple of minutes left, plus stoppage time, but it looks like the ball might be coming back. It is Dolberg there. Scarlett once again. That's 4. Let's check this off. Number 1, young team. Number 2, an experienced team. Number 3, team full of loanees. Number 4, team that gets incredibly tired. I suspect we are playing pretty much the exact same team that we played against Sheffield United, who did so well in the previous match, so mustn't discount that. That was only 3 days previously. Fleming, though, who I've just offered a new contract to, maybe should have waited a little bit. We were comprehensively outplayed in that last match. 3.4 XG for Norwich, 23 shots. We did have more possession, but as we saw, we were largely just knocking it around really slowly amongst our back three. And that does make me feel a bit better. Norwich now stretching their unbeaten run to 20 games, so they're absolutely one of the best teams in the division at this point in time. Jonathan Madden, though, fitness coach, also potentially joining us. That will definitely help reduce the tiredness factor. Fleming has signed that new 3-year deal, so that's one important player at least who we're not going to lose for nothing in the summer. Just needs to play a heck of a lot better than he did in the last game. Oh, what a foolish, foolish error this is. George Hall, who we sold last episode for £6 million, has just been put on the loan list. Why didn't I ask for a loan back? So next match, away from home against Huddersfield, who have only emerged victorious once in their previous 5 games, but they are favourites with home advantage. We'll praise the team as much as we possibly can for their training performance, do every little trick in the book to improve their morale. I know it's not the ideal thing for the director of football to do. I would prefer to leave it up to my manager, but desperate times and all that. You're well aware how precarious our league position is. Going into this match, the board at least consider my job to be stable, which is, could have been a lot worse. We've got very good team cohesion now, which is great to see. Good club atmosphere, good managerial support. Still quite a few players who are unhappy, but we could get a major boost if we can pick up 3 points at Huddersfield. Let's check out what Thomas can do. Huddersfield lining up against us with a 4-3-3. Bennett and White up front this time, with Sonny Perkins playing as the number 10. Huddersfield 7 points behind us at this stage of the season. But if we could get 3 points, that's 47 points. That would pretty much make us guaranteed survival. Surely. Oh, Huddersfield have a corner though in the 12th minute. But Gunter claims it. He does have a decent reach on him. That's nice to see. Just don't do anything stupid. Oh, he's hoofing it out from the back. Not playing the tiki-taka at all. Clearly not comfortable with the ball at his feet. But Fleming manages to get the ball to Bennett, who manages to get the ball to Perkins. He's in space in the box. And he's fouled. Is he fouled? It's a goal anyway. Gavin White scores. Perkins took the ball down. And Bennett managed to cross the ball in. White with a fantastic finish, volleying in round the side of the defender. What a fantastic start. Half an hour in, we get the ball back again. Just playing it around gently at the back once more. A nice ball through to Barmer from Araujo there. Trying to break the press. We do. Perkins on the ball. Plays it out to Wisdom. Our 31-year-old roaming wing-back White is clean through and he scored again. This is proof, if ever we needed it, once again, that the most important thing that you can do when playing as the director of football is get your choice of assistant manager right. There was obviously nothing that I could do about it earlier in the season. We just weren't able to recruit anybody at all. We weren't able to pay anywhere near enough wages to attract anyone. But as soon as we got that money in the bank, we made the most of it. Yes, it cost us £200,000 in compensation, but we're now 3-0 up away from home against Huddersfield. We were absolutely trounced in our previous match, but we're up. Oh, this is just beautiful to behold. A fantastic cross there from that centre-back to centre-back. A beautiful cross from Leo to Terziev to turn the ball in. I'm staggered. I don't know what to say. Thomas, you are my dream assistant manager. Ben Watson, I thought, would never, ever be topped in the assistant manager stakes. But on this evidence, Thomas Lech is a real challenger. 70 minutes in, it's been a quiet second half. We haven't really created much, but we've kept a lot of the ball, and we haven't really allowed Huddersfield to create much either. They've got a lot more space now, though, and they are stretching us. They played clean through. Oh, and they put it wide. That was a great opportunity for them to get back into the match. We are now starting to tire. Wisdom is looking exhausted, but oh my, we've done it. We've held on 3 goals in the first half. Huddersfield came back at us very strongly in that second half with an incredibly strong XG. But Gavin White, man of the match. 2 goals, an assist for Bennett, an assist for Wisdom, an assist for Leo, and Terziev with the other goal. This is probably safety. Well, that's not the best news. After a great match against Huddersfield, Wisdom has pulled his thigh. He's going to be out for possibly 3 weeks. We'll leave that up to the physio. I don't want to risk making that injury even worse. If we look at these match stats, we saw how that match played out. There weren't many highlights for Huddersfield at all. But if you look at the amount of shots they had, their XG, they were clearly on top in the second half, but it didn't matter. We'd just blown them away in the first half. It's been a while since I get to do this as well. I get to praise one of my players for an excellent performance. Thomas is happy. The players were applauded off by the fans. Just noticed as well, the game is calling me an energetic manager. Energetic manager Kirk Sheridan. I mean, has the game been watching my YouTube channel? Well, what a way to end the episode. We stay in 14th place, but we're now 18 points clear of the drop zone and 13 off the playoffs. I mean, there's no chance. There's absolutely zero chance we're going to end up in the playoffs this year. Don't anyone get excited. But if we can just stick around here, I will be absolutely delighted. And most importantly, the board will be too. It means we can stay here for another season, with at least £12.5 million coming in the summer, potentially more from the sell-on clause we've got on Jude Bellingham. The staff are already running through the door. Look how much this has improved since earlier in the episode. So with 11 games left, finally, for the first time this season, I am confident. I don't think we're going to get relegated. I don't know if it'll be enough to keep my job if we do just end up outside the drop zone, so we need to maintain a semblance of form for the rest of the season. But as you've seen, if anyone can make that happen, Thomas Lech is the man. 2 away victories in his first 3 matches in charge. Yes, we got hammered by Norwich, but they've been one of the best teams in the Championship for the last 20 matches. We've now got 2 home games in a row before going away to Millwall, who are 21st, and another home game against Reading. This is an opportunity for us to put some points on the board. I am genuinely excited now. We've got wage budget, we've got transfer budget. I can start making some plans. It's not over yet, but my word, it's looking a lot more likely that there's going to be a season 2 at Birmingham City. You join me the day before the final day of the season. We're about to take on Swansea, who have been in dreadful form. They've been battling relegation all season, and with 1 match to go, find themselves at rock bottom for the first time. We haven't exactly been on great form though. Since Thomas Lech joined, our performances have taken a bit of a dive. Given how things were looking at the beginning of the season, you might think Jamie Day has reason to feel a little hard done by, but I don't think that's the case at all. I'm convinced that Thomas Lech is the right man for us next season. What happened was we were struck by 3 brutal injuries in quick succession. Ridian Bennett was out for 5 weeks and took a long time to recover. Andre Wisdom was then out for 4 weeks, and Joshua Williams pulled his ankle ligaments and was out for 3 weeks, which basically meant we had no striker and no right wing back. And at one point, it got so bad we had to give a debut to the youngest player ever to play for Birmingham City. Tommy Woodward made his debut at the age of 15 years, 279 days. He's got high potential, but really could have done without him playing in central defence. In fact, we've struggled so much with the size of the squad that Byron Pendleton has played now 10 games for us. Another player who shouldn't be anywhere near the first team at this level. Not yet anyways. Great potential, but really not yet. So since that win at Huddersfield in the last episode, we've won once in the league. A 2-1 victory at Ipswich, which turned around a dreadful run of form. It was so bad, I set up 2 friendlies against local teams to get our morale back up, and we still went and lost against Luton the next match out. So I am hoping now we can end the season on a high and start looking forward to next season, because we have got some new actual Birmingham City players. 3 of them, in fact. 3 free transfers that we have signed, haven't been able to get them into the team, weren't able to register them, but they're here, they're ready to play. We also have another midfielder coming in at the end of the season, and potentially, finally, a goalkeeper who's good enough for this level of football. But I'll show you all of that in a minute. It's the final game of the season. The board are expecting a draw, the supporters are expecting a draw. I'm genuinely hoping for a win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get beaten. Swansea need a victory to have any chance of staying up. We're certainly not making up a 12-goal swing on Luton Town, so if we win, we could, depending on Middlesbrough's result, finish 16th or 18th if we lose and QPR win. So that mid-table finish is secure, and I hope that's enough for the board to keep me here for Season 2, because I am excited now that we're starting to bring some players in. I'm delighted we're playing our final game of the season at home. This is a fitting end to be playing in front of our supporters. Lots of gaps in the stands, unfortunately. It's been a pretty brutal season. It hasn't been pretty to watch for the fans. It hasn't been pretty to watch as the director of football. But we've got Ballard and Bennett back in up front, Sonny Perkins behind. We're playing against a Swansea team, setting up with a classic 4-4-2. I know there's no chance of a trophy celebration this match, but I think I deserve some kind of prize, some kind of reward for what we've achieved this season. We've got Gunter there, Hjelde, let's see who else, Hinshelwood, Perkins and Ballard. 5 loanees in the side, all playing for nothing. Well, we're playing nothing for them, but we have significantly overachieved this year. We've certainly, Wisdom is only a League One standard player. Terziev's a League One standard player. Hjelde there, Leo, as he's affectionately known, League One standard player. Fleming is one of the few who's championship quality. Ballard, League One standard, but I don't care. That could be a victory on the final day of the season. I know that our form hasn't been as great in this second half of the season, but I am convinced from what I've seen, when he's got the right players in the system, Thomas Lech is going to do great things. The reason that form was so ropey is just because of all those injuries. We were having to play kids who were not even good enough to make it into our under-21 team, let alone to the first team. Another lofted ball for Ballard. Surely that's offside. If he managed to stay onside for that. No, he didn't. That's a shame. All of these loanees are about to finish their time with Birmingham. There's no chance of me signing any of them. I've been trying those who are approaching the end of their contracts. And essentially the message I'm getting from all of the clubs is they want these players playing at a higher level next year. So we haven't done enough to keep them around, but they have done a good enough job to keep us in the Championship. But Swansea are in here. Oh, Gunter does manage to get it onto the post. He actually had a man of the match performance in the game that we won against Ipswich Town, an 8.2 I believe it was. But again, another player who's just not good enough. most excited about the fact that we found a potential goalkeeper. He's accepted the terms of the contract. He's just waiting to decide if he's going to sign. 3.5 star, current ability, a decent championship player with room to improve a little bit. Yes, he's 27. He's not actually a typical Moneyball signing, but he's an awful lot better than we've got right now, and I'm having to bend the rules quite a bit. Breaking the press here, Hinshelwood knocks it to Bennett. He's in again. Oh, that is a good save. We have a corner here. Williams to float one in. Who's he going to get it to? Near post, Hinshelwood again, but it's headed over the bar. Well, 70 minutes in, and we've been dominating possession. We're ahead on XG. We haven't created a huge amount of greater chances than Swansea, but they do not look like they're getting back into this. It looks like Swansea are going down. We are securing a mid-table finish, and of course, the second that I say that, Swansea get a highlight, and that was a raging effort then from about 35 yards out. Gunter is going to take a long kick upfield. The team are setting themselves up all over on the right-hand side of the pitch there. Interesting setup. The ball comes back to Hinshelwood. It's played to Barmer, but the ball is stolen from him, and it falls to Leo, who then just sloppily loses possession. It's played over the top of our defence, and that would have been a beautiful finish from Whittaker there for Swansea, but it doesn't quite come off. That is it. Oh, a lap of honour is warranted for the rest of the squad here. And for me, I think, for the, quite frankly, amazing job that I've done this year to keep us in the division, to bring the finances under control. And there we have confirmation. A 1-0 victory on the final day of the season secures us 17th place in the league. In the end, we were never in a relegation battle. We played miraculous football at the beginning of the season, and I think that set us up with the momentum to just keep grabbing points where we could. 14 draws is a lot, but 14 wins is far more than I expected at the start of the season. And Ballard's goal was not only a crucial one for Birmingham, but he put an end to 15 hours of football without a goal with that strike against Swansea. 15 hours! Lech playing hardball with the press, though. He's not prepared to answer the question of how pleased he is for Ballard putting an end to that drought, possibly because we know Ballard is not going to be with us next season. Thomas knows it, I know it. I've got a lot of squad building to do this summer. If Garcia joins, we'll finally have a decent goalkeeper in the team. We could probably do with a higher quality backup. Gregorio Tanco is one of our new signings. He is currently League One standard, but could become a good championship level player. I think a decent all-round central defender. The second best at the club, in fact. Terziev there, the third centre-back. So Wisdom will likely play at right wing-back, Fleming at left wing-back. So we need a backup in all 5 of those positions. Pedro Bacalhau is another one of the players that I've signed recently. He is a midfielder naturally, hoping to get him more experience playing as a defensive midfielder. Deep line playmaker, Segundo Volante. I think he can do a good job for us, but we don't have anyone else to play alongside him if Barmer and Wisdom are going to be playing in the defence, so we need at least 3 players in defensive midfield. In attacking midfield, we're currently relying on Rydian Bennett and other new signing Eddie Salcedo, who I'm very excited by. Look how speedy he is. He's a great attacking threat. Natural advanced forward. I'm looking forward to seeing him and Bennett playing alongside each other next year. But that means we're relying on 2-star youngsters for attacking midfield. So huge work to do to get this squad into a state where it's actually competitive next year. I'm hoping I can rely on transfers rather than free loans. Let's have a look. Right. Oh my goodness me. I think I can rely on transfers. £97,000 wage budget and a transfer budget of 1.02 million. Yay! I mean, it's still insignificant next to every other club in the league, but I can pick up some tasty free transfers. If I can put that Moneyball ethos into practice at last, we could start to achieve great things. So let's take a nostalgic look at this most traumatic of seasons. It certainly hasn't been enjoyable while I've been living it, that's for sure. Highest performing signing was Leo. Came in from Leeds, 21 years old, played 31 matches for us and got a 7.2 rating. And Hinshelwood, that hero from the GTS Culture save that I played in FM22, did a phenomenal job for us. 34 matches, 4 assists, 7.19 average rating. Our best defensive midfielder by a mile. Gunter played 18 matches for us, got a 6.98 actually, which is great to see. Sonny Perkins, 36 matches, 5 goals. Charlie McNeil got a good goal return when he did play, but only started 7 times. Ballard, scorer on the last day of the season, scored 6 times in 21 matches. McGlynn, Chambers and Sweet just never started anywhere near enough matches for it to have made it worth my while bringing them in. We had a lot of outgoing transfers, as you'll remember as well, so let's see how they got on. Joe Bellingham went to Apoel Nicosia, played 42 matches and a 7.07 average rating. Doing well, but his value hasn't improved dramatically. Ivan Sunic went to Hellas Verona, 34 matches. Janino Bacuna, 40 matches played at his new club. And Chong played 22 times for Fortuna Dusseldorf and didn't perform that well, actually. And Hall, yet to start a match for Everton. But you could say Hall is the most important player for Birmingham City this season because it was his transfer that allowed me to get the wage budget to start upgrading the staff, to build our coaching team, and to have this wage budget available to spend now to strengthen the squad for next year. So, the board are disappointed with that finish. They would have preferred us to finish a little bit higher. They're disappointed we only stayed out of the relegation battle. Considering how you set me up, board, you should be absolutely delighted. Your expectations this year were absolutely ludicrous. I certainly don't understand why they're more pleased with our performance in the FA Cup when we went out in the 3rd round. Well, would you believe it? Our biggest victory of the season was one that you got to witness in the last episode against Huddersfield. Match to remember, as always, is a completely forgettable one that I have no memory of whatsoever. And goal of the season was Sonny Perkins with this little screamer against Portsmouth. Hinshelwood running forward with the ball, played it to White, who played it back to Hinshelwood. Perkins, one touch and a beautiful effort into the top corner. Well, finances. Sponsorship was a little bit up on last year. Broadcast revenue, a little bit down. Corporate and hospitality, a little bit up. No competition prize money. Match day commercial, a little bit up. What this does not factor in is an epic amount of transfer sales. £18 million we brought in. Now that is the Director of Football working at the highest possible capacity. So much so that 2 players who were not even registered for the squad and have not received a squad number are the highest selling names on the club shirts this season. I am good. And this was the team of the year. Ted Kurd actually gets the nod in goal, having played apparently, possibly better than Gunter. We're lining up with the 4-2-3-1, so it's a Jamie Day team here. Williams on the right, Fleming on the left, Terziev and Leo in the middle, with Hinshelwood and Barmer in defensive midfield, White and Simmons on the wings, with Perkins in attacking midfield and Bennett up front. I make it 4 of that team are going to be here next season. Fleming, Terziev, Barmer and Bennett. Well, Hinshelwood, thank you for everything you have done. You've been named the fans' player of the season, with Leo the young player of the season. Top goal scorer, 12 goals for 17-year-old now Rydian Bennett. Most assists was Brandon Fleming, with 6 from the left-back position. And I can very confidently say here that Ian Neal from ITV Sport doesn't have a blooming clue what he's talking about. The Blues season started badly. No, it didn't actually. We started brilliantly, sinking to 11th by November, and they will not look back fondly on a campaign in which they struggled to meet expectations. We exceeded every realistic expectation. We were favourites for relegation, Ian. I think you're being paid by this club's board, and frankly, I don't like it. Somehow we've lost 23,000 followers on social media this year, so there's a lot of people out there who are not pleased, probably, with the sales that I've been making, but hopefully in the future they'll see that I was right all along. So what do this crazy board want next year then? I think this crazy board have actually realised the reality of our current situation. They just want us to attempt to avoid relegation next year. That's it. My contract expires at the end of the season. They want us to keep working towards repairing the club's financial damage. I thought they were happy that I'd achieved that early last year, but clearly there is more to be done. And then be an established championship team. Basically, don't ever get relegated. I can do this. We've already done it this year. That's totally achievable. And all of a sudden, I feel like we have way more freedom to make decisions next year that are going to set us up for the future. I don't need to buy as many ready-made players. I could be looking for some high-potential youngsters with even bigger sell-on values. That one reduction in expectations from the board there, I think, is going to really allow me to put the Moneyball principles back into practice. Next season's going to rock! I'm going to tell them that we've done well to avoid relegation this year. We'll do just as well to make sure we aren't involved in a battle to do so next season. That's our target. Oh, no, they don't like that. Let's focus on avoiding relegation then. Really don't think very highly of themselves, do they? And I'm not surprised. I don't think particularly highly of them either. So the squad have departed for their holidays. I now have a month and a half to develop a recruitment master plan that will bring in the players we need to easily avoid relegation next year and set us up to push for at least the top half the year after. That has to be the aim. No more free loans. Let's bring in players who are going to increase their value at Birmingham, and we can make sure we sell them on for a profit. Because after all, that's what being the director of Moneyball is all about. This has not been a typical director of football season. As you know, I have had to do things far beyond the realms of what I would normally consider Director of Moneyball behaviour. I have had to get involved in far too many team meetings and praise the players and turn around their morale to help the assistant manager keep things positive, to build that motivation on the pitch and keep the momentum going. I've had to tell my assistant manager to pick certain players in certain positions at certain times, because otherwise their unhappiness was going to completely derail the entire squad. Not something you will expect to see me doing next season, and I assure you I will not go anywhere near it. And when it comes to the 9 rules of Moneyball, I have barely been able to consider a single one of them. It's been a fire sale all season, just sell players for as much as I possibly can. It's been an absolute nightmare scenario for a director of football, quite frankly, to be slashing into the squad and weakening the team and not have any control of it on the pitch. It's been hard. But we can definitely say we've got just about as much value out of these players as we possibly could. So I hope you will forgive me. I will not be running through the Moneyball scorecard this season. I feel it's slightly self-defeating, but I can promise you next year, now that we've got to the point where we have £1 million of transfer budget, nearly £100,000 a week wage budget, and more to come, because don't forget, £12.5 million guaranteed from the sale of Jordan James in a couple of months' time next season at Birmingham. I have high expectations. 17th is nowhere near good enough, and if I'm going to achieve those expectations, we need a Director of Moneyball masterclass. Last season was damage limitation. This is all about the future. We have released 7 players who reach the end of their contract, which leaves us with a squad of, I make it, about 20 players who are going to be here next season. 4 of those, however, are not good enough to be starting in the Championship, so they already need to be replaced. We also have some of last season's heroes, our free loanees, about to return to their parent clubs. Araujo, Perkins, Ballard, McNeil, Piazzitti, all departing in the next few days. But Ray of Light, Jack Hinshelwood, we have secured him on a loan contract until the end of this season. We're paying a measly £800 per week, which I think, given he was one of our best players last year, is an absolute bargain. No, we won't see the financial benefit of having him on the books. He won't build his resale value for us, but if he helps keep us in the Championship again, that will be return enough. I did manage to sneak another couple of signings in before the season ticked over as well. Brian Ojeda has been with Nottingham Forest and out on loan all over the place. He's been to the USA, he's been to Paraguay. His contract ran out and we snapped him up. Naturally a central midfielder, but can play in that defensive midfield position, which is where I'm expecting we use him as a ball-winning midfielder or a segundo volante or a DM. He's very versatile and already a good Championship player. So this is exactly what we need. Players who are going to come in and improve the first 11. And another new signing, more one for the future, because I don't see him ousting Brandon Fleming in the starting lineup anytime soon. Arthur Zagre, who we brought in from Monaco at the end of his contract. Left wing back, pacey, can dribble, can cross. He's going to be a good attacking backup for Brandon Fleming on that left-hand side. And 2 others who joined the day their contract expired at their previous clubs. Emmanuel Gabua joins us from Atalanta, another midfielder by trade who can play in defensive midfield. His physicals for this level are phenomenal. Room to grow on the technicals, but for 8k a week, decent championship player can become a leading championship player. Quality. And one that I'm pretty convinced is going to make all the difference. We finally have a proper goalkeeper for this level. No more throwing 18-year-olds onto the pitch and seeing what they can do. Lucho Garcia joins us from Rayo Majadahonda in Spain. A decent championship player. He's 27 years old. He won't get a lot better, but if we can get 2 or 3 decent years out of him, he's going to prevent a lot more goals this season than we were able to keep out last, that's for sure. So what does that mean to the squad overall? Well, we do need a backup goalkeeper. We can't rely on Garcia alone all season. Injuries, suspensions, etc. I don't trust to put one of these 2 in. So a backup goalkeeper we're definitely looking for. We have 5 players who can currently play across the back 3. So we're looking for at least 1 more there. Right wing back, we only really have Joshua Williams. Yes, Wisdom can play there, but he's getting older and I need him in the centre of defence. So I need a right wing back. Left wing back we're sorted though. With Oyeda, Hinshelwood, Gabua and Bicalo, we're pretty sorted in defensive midfield, so I think that's okay. We are light up front though. Attacking midfield, we haven't really got anyone ready. And there's no depth behind Bennett and Salcedo up front either. So we're looking for 1 backup goalkeeper, a centre-back, a right-back, 2 attacking midfielders, and 2 strikers. 7 players. And we've got £192,000 to do it with. We are currently scouting across Europe. I'm making the most of the summer months and casting the net wide. And yes, I admit that looks like a scary amount of wage budget and transfer budget to be bringing in 7 new championship level players. But fear not, we have 25% of transfer revenue available to us. And Jordan James joins Brentford permanently tomorrow for £12.5 million. So we are about to get an extra £3 million in the bank. And that is going to be rather helpful. And there we are, 2nd of July, Jordan James has gone to Brentford, £12.5 million. And we now have £22 million in the bank. Our transfer budget is now over £3 million. And I can adjust it all, obviously, to make room in the wage budget. This is going to be transformational. We're absolutely requesting an increase to next season's transfer budget. And I cannot believe it. After being in debt when I joined, our financial status is now secure. But as I said, there is still a ton of work to do. We are currently predicted to finish 18th. The board are expecting us to avoid relegation. So if we meet that, that's a pretty good result, I think. But we've got to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Fleming and Bennett are our 2 best players, and they are right at the bottom of the key player list. So our quality is significantly behind other teams around us. Well, it's the 4th of July, and happy Financial Independence Day. Next year's transfer budget is nearly £5 million. Amazing! All the loanees have left, though, apart from Hinshelwood. And with them gone, the media now think we're going to finish 23rd. So when I said job to do, big job to do. And look at this unexpected windfall. It's the 5th of July, and we have just got profit from the transfer of Bellingham. It's Job Bellingham, not Jude, unfortunately. I can't complain. We got £94,000. We sold him last year for £7.25 million, and he's gone to Arsenal for £7.5. So I can't complain. But Jude is still sat at Borussia Dortmund, and PSG's interest is now minor, not major, which is a little frustrating. Okay, it's the 20th of July, and transfers are hard. I've adjusted our transfer and wage budget, so we've got about 50k a week to attract new players to the club. And a decent transfer kitty, particularly if we're concentrating on free transfers and signing on fees and the like. And we do have some pending new signings. A backup goalkeeper, a right wing back, and a central defender, both of whom would become the highest paid player at the club. £13,000 a week for us feels ludicrous, but in the grand scheme of the championship, is pretty small fry. So I'm adjusting my wage expectations at the moment. And I've also brought in a lot of trialists. Stephen Welsh, who we've offered a contract to, is actually with us on trial. We've got strikers, we've got attacking midfielders, we've got central defenders, we got everybody trying to find those final squad members. And here we have it before we even get to another day. Great news. Stephen Welsh is joining Birmingham City. £13,000 a week on a 3-year contract. He's costing us not a penny. Welcome, Stephen. Look at this. Decent championship player. Comes in as the second best defender at the club behind Kofi Barmer. Good quality physicals. Can also play right back if we swap to a back four at any point. And can lead the team on the pitch. Been at Celtic most of his career. Not played a huge amount of football. I can't help but think, though, signing a player from the top 2 clubs in Scotland, he's going to do well for us in the championship. And just a few days later, it's the 23rd of July, and now Brian Reynolds is joining as our right wing back. Look at these attributes. Is an all-round exceptional player, certainly for our squad. A terrific signing, comes in. He's going to run down the right with the ball. He's going to get forward wherever possible. He's going to be a proper attacking threat. Joins us on a free transfer, having just departed Roma. He never really made it into their first team. Did spend a year on loan in Belgium, though, where he started 26 matches and played at a decent level. I'm a little concerned about the minimum fee release clause, although he probably isn't really ever going to be good enough for the Premier League, in which case, another free transfer with us for a good few years. Let's hope he hits the ground running. This is good progress. The back line is complete. Just a day later, Sinicello's work permit is granted, and we have our backup goalkeeper joining us. He's not quite as well-rounded as Garcia, but a good physical presence and a good aerial presence. He can definitely come in and do a job when needed. And also pretty handy with the ball at his feet, which I think is going to be very helpful for this tiki-taka style that Thomas Lech likes to play. So that's it. One of the rules of Moneyball, very much adhered to. Prioritise defence ahead of attack. Done. Goalkeeper sorted, back 3 sorted, wing backs sorted. Now we really need some attacking midfielders and strikers. Okay, it's the 1st of August, and these attacking positions are proving very problematic. We have made an offer to Ike Lasada, who is with us on trial at the moment, can play in attacking midfield or up front at a push. Not quite good enough for the championship as it stands, but can develop. He's 24 years old, so he could make the step up. But I'm absolutely desperate for one more. Taiichi Hara, we've also got on trial at the moment. He can play up front. Brilliant aerial threat, but not great technically or physically beyond that aerial presence. I've also been looking for players who might be interested in joining us on loan, ideally for free, and again, that's proving hard because every club now wants us to pay a lot of money for people. So I am hoping I'll be struck with a bolt of inspiration before the start of the season. One thing we are definitely not doing, though, is letting Benjamin Boateng go out on loan. Now, I've taken him off the loan list, but a lot of clubs are still coming in for him. Look at this. Can't want him for nothing for the whole season. Now, this guy's development has been phenomenal over the 12 months that I've been at the club. He's already at League One standard. He played a few matches last year, potentially a Premier Division player, and the media reckon he's the next Tony Adams. Yes, that's right. Arsenal and England legend Tony Adams. He's sat there on our books, 18 years old, only going to get better. We need to keep him at the club and give him as much game time as possible this year. He is currently our 6th best centre-back. I would not be at all surprised if by the end of the year he is in the top 3 and playing consistent, regular football. So that is exciting, but I still really need a striker. Right, 3rd of August. Lasada's turned us down. I did wonder if that might be the case. We have instead gone in for Carriega, who is cheaper, but only plays in attacking midfield. So that does mean we're still on the lookout for another striker. And with that in mind, I've gone a little bit outside the box. We've put a loan offer in For Delano van der Heijden, who plays for Feyenoord, has not played a lot of football, but non-competitively, 11 starts last year, 4 goals, 6 in 5 the year before that. But he is pacey, he's got flair, he's got a decent long shot on him, he can dribble and cross. I think he could be a very interesting option to complement Ridian Bennett up front. So hopefully we'll be able to pull this one off. And he is fairly cheap, only £3,000 a week wages, which I'm happy to cover if he provides us with some much needed depth in the front line. Well, Judgment Day is here, my friends. It is the 9th of August, our first game of the new season, and we're playing Derby County, who won League One last season. So considering that they are playing us, who are one of the favourites for relegation, they'll be fancying their chances. The board expect a draw, so do our fans. They want to see some exciting attacking football, plenty of entertaining football. They would also like to see Ridian Bennett end his Baron run in front of goal, and obviously a couple of debuts. I would like more than just Stephen Welsh and Brian Reynolds to make their debuts, to be honest. But we still haven't found an attacking midfielder or another striker. So at least one player who really shouldn't be starting is going to kick off the season for Birmingham against Derby. Van der Heijden is on his way, though. It's just delayed due to a work permit. And, I was hoping that they might be able to get it in before the kickoff. But no, he's going to be hopefully confirmed as a Birmingham player for the year on the 11th of August in time for our next match. Doesn't help today, obviously. So if it was me picking the team, and of course it's not, it's Thomas Lech, it's all down to him, but if it was me, I would be going with Garcia in goal, a back three of Welsh, Barmer, and looking at this, either Boateng or Wisdom, so it'll be interesting to see which option he picks. Definitely Fleming at left wing back, definitely Reynolds at right wing back, and a number of options in defensive midfield. I would probably be going for Hinshelwood and Oyeda looking at this, but Yeboah could be a safe bet to start for us. Attacking midfield, it's really only Mark France, because even Robertson, let's remove these two actually. Robertson is out on loan, Lasada not joining us, Aitchison is a trialist, Carriaga hasn't joined yet, so there we have it, Mark France in attacking midfield. And then Bennett and Salcedo up front. It will be quite a different team to the one that completed last season since the season ticked over, including those players who we signed up towards the end of last season but couldn't register them to play. We've brought in 10 new permanent players for a total fee of £3,500 versus a transfer income of £12.5 million. So, Moneyball, Moneyball rocks. But will this team rock? That is all down to Thomas Lech. Thomas, my friend, it's over to you. Well, would you believe it? It was a draw. It was an exciting draw, so I think the supporters got their money's worth. 3-3. We had a totally dominant XG. We bossed possession. We had way more shots. A Brandon Fleming own goal on the 67th minute got them back into the match after we were 2-0 up. And we needed Fleming to score an equaliser in the 90th minute. So let's have a look at the team. It's not far off what I predicted. Tanko actually played in defence ahead of Boateng, and Yeboah did make the central midfield spot instead of Oyeda. And in fact, Oyeda didn't even make it off the bench. It was Bacalio who came on instead. Interesting. France did start in attacking midfield, and he did score. So that's good. And Bennett and Salcedo started up front. So very similar. But look at this XG. How did we not completely smash them? Well, we got the opening goal. A slip from their defender, just dawdling in the box. And Reynolds with a cross to Salcedo, who had a dead easy tap in. Nice to see two of the new starters combining there. And the second, Fleming, I think with a run down the left, and beautifully played through ball. I thought he was going to loft one, but actually a great opportunity crafted for France there, who did well actually to dink that past the goalkeeper. Here we go though, Sanderson to Collins, And then Sang crossed it in. Oh, it was completely... it was a nothing ball. Fleming just stuck his foot out, probably trying to hit it for a corner. And then, oh, that is unfortunate as well. Not much the goalkeeper could actually do there. It just cannoned back off the crossbar directly to one of the Derby players. Oh no, Garcia. Well, for a debut, he's going to be thinking he should have done a lot better there to keep out that effort, which was straight at him, in which he got a strong hand to. But, oh wow, what a header. Quality strike from our left wing back, remember, to equalise the game there. So we come away with a point, and I make it 8. Yes, 8 debuts in that match. This is a team that has not played together much at all. A few times in pre-season. They've got a lot of gelling to do. Barmer was here last year, Hinshelwood was here last year, and Fleming and Bennett. Everybody else, brand new. And Bacalio coming off the bench as well. Wow. I have to say that is an encouraging start. We've got £24.5 million in the bank right now, and we have barely spent any money at all on transfers, but we've got 10 new players in. So when they start to gel, oh, this team could rock. But obviously, we desperately need an attacking midfielder. I'm really not sure what my options are going to be here. Hopefully Carriega will join us, but it's yet to be seen. Will he even get a work permit? Who knows? Of course, one thing that could transform our fortunes even more, and I feel like I'm saying this pretty much every episode since I've joined Birmingham City, but Jude Bellingham, still wanted by PSG, his release clause expires in about 3 weeks. And if I remember rightly, that would give us around an extra £17 million, which we could use to bring in not just 3.5-star players, but potentially 4-star, top quality, current championship level players. 3 weeks. And in that time, we have 5 more matches to play. So join me again soon for deadline day, because I have a funny feeling it's going to be quite a special one. We are the great entertainers of the championship. We started with that 3-3 draw against Derby County. We beat Burton 2-0 in the Carabao Cup, and then, a 3-2 victory, a 5-3 loss, a 4-1 victory, and a 3-1 loss. I think it's fair to say, any matches we show you today, you're probably getting your money's worth. We have the worst defence in the division by a mile, and the second best attack. Bit of a crazy situation to be in after 4 matches, but we sit in 16th place. The board were expecting us to avoid relegation, of course, and the media think we're good for 17th. So far, so good. And I'm particularly excited to see that our key players are getting better rapidly. Last episode, of course, Bennett and Fleming were pretty much right at the bottom of this list, but now, scroll up, there's Riddy and Bennett climbing up. And keep going, Eddie Salcedo has flown since he joined us. He's now leapt from a 3-star to a 4-star player in the space of 4 matches, made 5 starts, scored 6 goals, averaging a 7.57. Moneyball at work. Bennett has also been developing brilliantly in his 6 starts so far, 3 goals and 3 assists, average of a 7.37. And of course this lad is still only 17 years old. I am though still desperately looking out for an attacking midfielder and a striker. Our depth here is not brilliant. We've had to bring in Luke Plange on a free transfer. Van der Heyden has joined us now on loan and done well in his first few matches, but depth here is not as good as at centre-back, obviously. And to be honest, if there is another centre-back who becomes available during our transfer deadline shenanigans, I would not say no. We've got 200k of transfer budget left. We've also got about 13k of wage budget remaining as well. So room to manoeuvre. And I have actually asked the board already to increase our transfer and wage budget. It's late in the day, obviously. Deadline shuts very soon. Over to them to see what the answer is. Sadly, I'm less hopeful about getting any money for Jude Bellingham this summer. His release clause expires today. Come on, PSG! Make a move! Right, I have tried to drum up some interest. I've made a little bit of an intervention beyond my normal parameters. I have gone out to the media and told them, yes, I'm looking for an attacking midfielder. Hopefully, that will attract some agent offers at least and increase the likelihood of bringing in someone in that position. And I've also set up a friendly against local opposition just to boost the team's morale a little bit off the back of a couple of tricky fixtures in the league. But sadly, Bellingham's release clause has now expired. No movement from Borussia Dortmund, so this is what we are left with. £200,000 of transfer budget, 14k of wage budget, and 15 hours to do some incredible Moneyball business as the director of football. Now, obviously, this is the type of save that's so good, even Clates is out there doing it now. You might have seen his video that released a couple of days ago. Go out there and watch it. It's awesome. And if you like that and you like this, help me out. Drop a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, drop me a comment as well to tell me how much you're enjoying it. It's awesome to see other content creators out there supporting this type of save. But I'd really appreciate a little love for the little guy as well. Thanks, guys. Okay, 15 hours to go, and we have started to make some moves. I've discovered Sam Berkema. I'm not sure. I'm going to say Sam to avoid butchering the pronunciation of his name. So, Sam, we have offered an actual proper fee for £50,000 up front and 2 instalments of 200k each. I'm by now so confident in our future transfer budget because the amount of money we're making from player sales, we can totally soak that up over the next couple of years. He was transfer listed for 425k. We've got a bit above that just to make sure that we secured the deal. And he would come in as a very handy central defender. Also the best leader at the club, which would be a fantastic result. He is a little bit older than the usual Moneyball profile, 26 years old. But given the challenges we've had at Birmingham, I'm pushing the boat out just this once. I think it's fair to do so. He's close to the 20 to 25 age bracket. Not quite in it, but he is the kind of player we desperately need, so fingers crossed we'll be able to convince him to join. And I've also discovered one of my old favourites, a free loan opportunity. Luke Harris is an attacking midfielder, naturally, can play as a shadow striker very well for us. And if he joins us for nothing, well, that'll be a bargain, won't it? 14 hours to go, and Sam could be joining for what looks like a bargain price, only 3.3k per week, for one of the best central defenders and a natural-born leader. I'm not too fussed about that relegation release clause, because honestly, I don't think we're going to go down this year. Oh, look at this, my friends. Rydian Bennett has won the Championship Young Player of the Month award for August, and Van der Heyden has come second. Our Moneyball principles to give youth a chance are clearly working well. 10 hours to go, and it's all starting to come together. Harris is in. We'll ask Fleming to welcome him to the club, and Sam's been granted a work permit. He is joining us as well for bargain wages. That is absolutely fantastic. 2 players who are going to come straight into the first team. Still got 10 hours left and some room to manoeuvre. Right, what's next on the list? No way. No way. 6 hours to go. And look what the board have done. They've given me £4 million to spend. Oh my word, and they've increased our wage budget by £50,000 a week. This is amazing. £4 million? I mean, what? I'm legit stunned. Certainly didn't expect the board to give me that before the transfer window closed. I thought it would be the same as last year and they'd say afterwards, yeah, have a bit more spending money that we'll then take away in a few weeks. This is awesome. Right then, scouted players in range, let's go. Right, I'm possibly getting a bit carried away here, and quite frankly, with that kind of spending money, I don't care. I've been waiting for this so long. Roddy McGregor is an attacking midfielder who's come up on our scout reports as an outstanding signing. Currently decent Championship player, can become good in future, and available for £1.6 million because he's got a relegation release clause from recently relegated Inverness Caledonian Thistle. So we have offered that straight up, sign a high quality attacking midfielder that we desperately need. And next up, this one might be fanciful because of the quality of the player involved, but it's impossible to turn down a transfer of this value for this quality of player when you're playing a Moneyball save. James Garner, we've been able to offer 700k to Everton, and it's been accepted. He's transfer listed by request. His wages are exceptionally high. We might not be able to offer him a competitive contract, but it's absolutely worth a go. Because look at him. Look at him. I'd expect him to play as a deep line playmaker or defensive midfielder in front of that back three. He could do an amazing job and would comfortably be the best player at the club. Come on, James. Birmingham is calling you. Sadly, it's not to be for Garner. He wants £37,000 a week. The most we can go is less than 20, and there's just no room to manoeuvre. So sadly, we are going to have to walk away from negotiations with Garner. But Roddy McGregor is looking very promising. Yes, he'll be the highest paid player at the club, but 4-year contract, no minimum fee release clause. This is looking good. And as we've lost out on James Garner, I am really pushing out the transfer boat. Ethan Irajon is asking to leave Liverpool. He's played a season in the Scottish Premier League for St Mirren and done pretty well. Moved to Liverpool for £4.5 million. Not really had much of an opportunity, but could comfortably be that ball-winning midfielder, deep line playmaker that we were looking for Garner to be, with loads of room to grow into a good Premier Division player. So we've offered a structured deal, £4.5 million, and it has been accepted. Transformational money here for Birmingham City. Potentially a transformational player. He's joining us. He's actually joining us. 15.5k per week, so it's not even as much as I thought we might have to stump up. We've agreed that if he gets 5 international caps, he can have a wage bump. A minimum fee release clause for clubs in the Premier League, £14.5 million. So we would triple our money. Moneyball principles at work once more. Well, 2 hours to go and it is all coming together. Roddy McGregor is in. He has joined. He is an official Birmingham City player. And so is Ethan Irajon. He's the first player we've ever brought in who's had an A rating from the fans. This is absolutely awesome. We've strengthened all over the park. Decent quality goalkeeper. We've now got 3 top quality centre-backs. Phenomenal depth in defensive midfield. Right wing back with room to develop. Great option for first choice wing back. And finally, a couple of options in attacking midfield and some good looking options up front as well. And that is it. We are done. 11:15 on Monday, the 1st of September. Quite a frantic day. We spent £6.5 million in that transfer window. Just like to remind you that before that little windfall, we'd spent £3,500 in total on 10 players. I really hope that those 2 we paid good money for actually step in and do a very good job for us. We're still right down at the bottom of wages spent, but look, this time last year, we were spending £67,000 on wages. We've nearly tripled that. Still massively short of the top teams in the division. But you know what? The media now reckon we're good for 16th place. Just a couple of weeks ago, they were predicting we'd finish 23rd. So that is a hugely, enormously successful transfer window. 20 players in total have either gone out on loan or left permanently. And if you add in the players that we signed at the end of last year, 16 new players on the books who have not played for Birmingham City before this season. 16! Amazingly, team cohesion is not dreadful. We've still got that solid core of Wisdom, Terziev, Fleming and Barmer as our team leaders and highly influential players who are holding this disparate mess of brand new players together. So we better see how quickly they can gel. We've got a friendly against Willenhall coming up next. Just a chance for the team to cut loose, build a bit of morale before we take on Rotherham in the Championship. Rotherham, who are in 3rd place. Bit of a test then. Well, before we get to that friendly, I've got to show you this quickly. Rydian Bennett's just made his Wales debut. 71 minutes played and scored a hat-trick. What a debut. He's currently valued £7 to £11.5 million. We're only paying him £1,000 a week. How long until he comes knocking on the door for a new contract, I wonder? Well, this could be a stroke of Director of Football genius. That friendly was the best preparation we could possibly hope for the match against Rotherham. A 10-0 victory. Absolute walk in the park. 3 goals for Salcedo, 3 for Pland, 1 for Harris, Fleming, Bicalio. They're spread around all over the place. And we now have 1 week to go. Thomas Lech is focusing on some defensive training ahead of that match with Rotherham. Right, my friends, the moment is finally here. Game day after deadline day. Board are expecting a draw, so are the supporters, but they want to be spoiled with some exciting attacking football, witness plenty of entertaining football. Well, given 30 goals in our previous 6 matches, there'll probably not be a clean sheet involved here. And despite us being in 17th and Rotherham in 4th, we're favourites. I can't wait to see how Thomas Lech sets this team up. I have no control over it whatsoever. It is all down to our assistant manager. I know he's going to play 5-2-1-2, but who he's going to play? No idea. Let's find out. Here is our lineup. Luke Harris starts with Salcedo and Van der Heyden up front. So Rydian Bennett doesn't even make the team. He has been on international duty, to be fair. He's played twice now. Scored, I believe, 6 goals in 2 starts for Wales. So he is probably quite tired as a 17-year-old. Doesn't make the starting 11 today. But we now have, for the first time, a squad of players that I actually have a bit of faith in. So Garcia in goal, Welsh, Barmer and Sam at the back. Our best 3 centre-backs. Fantastic to see them all on the pitch at the same time. Reynolds there starting at right wing-back as well, building up the play nicely. Van der Heyden there up front, who's got off to a good goal-scoring start for us. Harris starting his first match, that free loan signing. We have got a decent enough XG so far. Not many highlights, but half an hour in, we do seem to be on top against Rotherham. Attacking again down the right flank. Reynolds taking on his marker. Plays it back to Bakema. Oh my word! Debut goal of the season! Ethan Arahan, the club record sign. Well, my record signing. Most I've ever spent on a player as the director of Moneyball. £4.5 million. Being repaid straight away. Look at this. One touch. Wallop! Oh, I genuinely feel like we could do amazing things at Birmingham now. It's no longer a case of merely scraping to survive. It's actually seeing what we can do. Long kick out from the back by Rotherham. They do manage to get on the ball for the first time and a ball over the top. Oh, that's an inexperienced defence playing together. Weren't able to play the offside trap effectively there. Easily onside. No one really following the runner there. Barmer probably the most at fault. Should have got goal side. And it really wasn't as tight as the game might have suggested there. But that was their first pretty much only opportunity. We have comfortably got a higher XG than them. And obviously we've scored with the least likely of all of the shots. But if we can continue this, I'm confident we can at least score one more in the second half. The team are doing well here. I know Thomas Lech is a great motivator. Hopefully he can fire them up. Looks like Van der Heyden now is playing as a trequartista up front alongside an advanced forward. So he's showing some creative trust in the players there to be free, be unique, use their flair. We're knocking it around at the back here. And that wasn't the best ball out from Garcia, unfortunately. But it goes to Salcedo, to Harris, who's got acres of space to run into. And should not have taken the shot from there. What was he thinking? He had plenty of time. We've got Arahan and Gabua there who are both booked. That's a bit nervy at 70 minutes gone. And what's this? We've switched to a 4-2-3-1. So he's brought on... McGregor comes on for his debut. Bennett is on as well. And time is running out, unfortunately. Are we going to get another highlight before the end of the match? 4 minutes of added time. We do. We get a corner. Come on. Get a winner here. This would be the icing on the cake. Hinshelwood is in. Yes. Jack Hinshelwood. Last season's lone hero. The best performer. 2 of our midfielders showing their stuff here. 2 young players as well, taking leadership responsibility, leading by example, and we get a 2-1 victory. Oh, you have no idea how good this makes me feel. Look at that XG compared to Rotherham. I say again, they were 4th, we were 17th. If we play like that for the rest of the season, we could achieve great things, my friends. Some outstanding performances there. A 7.5 and an assist for new boy Sam in defence there. Ethan Arahan obviously scored the world-beating first goal. McGregor came off the bench to set up Hinshelwood for the winner. 4 more debuts in that match. Arahan, Harris, Sam and McGregor. And this is what I like to see. Thomas Lech is not satisfied with this. He wants to go on and take our game to the next level. That's it, Thomas. I believe in you. You are the man. Comfortable mid-table finish this season would be absolutely glorious. As it stands, we're 13th. Still got a job to do to improve our defence. It'd be nice to tighten up at the back, but 4 points clear of the drop zone after 5 matches. I am so delighted. And we have more winnable fixtures coming up next. QPR, Peterborough at home. I genuinely have no idea where we could be in the table by the time we come back, but I believe that this squad can definitely drive us to great things this season. I hope you've enjoyed what you've watched today. It's been a pleasure to share with you the most crazy transfer deadline experience of all time. What is it with Birmingham? Last year was mad. This even madder. 19 matches into season 2 with Birmingham City. We're in the top half of the table, and it's no fluke this time. In Thomas Lech, we trust. But we are still losing £2 million a month. So should I sign this new contract I've just been offered? This is a glorious thing to behold. We're sitting pretty, 11th place in the championship, positive goal difference. And you know what? We could, perhaps should, be doing even better. XG table says we should be 5th because we've probably conceded 6 more goals than we might have otherwise done. We are also a completely different proposition at home or away from home. At home we've won 6, drawn 2, lost 2. Away we've won 2, drawn 2, lost 5. And if you look at the teams we've lost to, it does paint a fairly familiar picture. Fulham, who we lost to last time out, currently in 4th. Nottingham Forest, top of the league. So absolutely no embarrassment to go away there and lose 2-1. Watford, currently 9th, and Middlesbrough, currently 3rd. So given this team was thrown together only 3 months ago, I think this is a league performance they should be incredibly proud of. Garcia's been ever present. I'm keeping an eye on him though, because I would prefer a higher save percentage from our first choice goalkeeper. Salcedo is scoring all the goals. Fleming, 7 assists from left wing back. Roddy McGregor should probably be starting ahead of Luke Harris, who is making the attacking midfield slot his own at the moment, at least to Thomas Lech. McGregor's got 6 goal contributions in 5 starts. Amazing return. And speaking of Harris, if I can find another attacking midfielder in the January transfer window, I might send Harris back to his parent club. He's not doing as well as I would have expected. But our 2 prize assets, as far as I'm concerned, you won't be surprised by at all. Ridian Bennett we are missing at the moment. He's got a 3-month injury, tore his knee ligaments, a big loss because when he plays, we score all the goals. And Benjamin Boateng, when he plays, we don't concede any either. I mean, look at Boateng's progress. He's a decent championship player already. He's progressing so quickly. So it feels those 2 are the next big sales to bring money into the club, and Man City are rumoured to be interested in Bennett. So whether they'll come in for him in January or whether this is just a rumour, we shall see. What I do know though, he's currently got a £32.5 million release clause. I have tried to sign him up to a new contract on higher wages, and his agent is refusing to budge unless we offer a £13 million release clause. There's no way I'm going anywhere near that, especially when we've already got a 1-year contract extension option. So Bennett's is a contract situation we shall continue to monitor closely, because we really will need the money. I've managed to negotiate our transfer revenue up to 40% retained, which is an excellent step up from where we were at the start of the season. We do still have a little bit of budget to play with in January, which is great news, but we are still hemorrhaging money. Now that we've got more permanent players on the books, we're paying triple the wage budget. £2 million a month we're losing, and that is not sustainable long term, unless we keep balancing those books with player sales. So with that as the context, should I sign this new 3-year contract? Now, I spoke to the board about this about a month ago and said, yes, I'm very interested in signing, and they offered me a £500 a week pay rise. £500 a week after I made them £24.5 million last year. Unsurprisingly, I scoffed and walked out. But now they've come back in with a 1.3k a week pay rise, which feels much more sensible. And to be perfectly honest, I'm really enjoying my time here at Birmingham. It's completely crazy that I should be actually finding such an awful financial situation exciting to be part of. But if they give me an extra £1.5 grand a week, I'm happy to stick around for another 3 years. And they will! Awesome news. And I'm also thinking at that kind of level of money, compensation won't be an issue if there's any big clubs who do want to take a chance on me. Because, yes, I'm enjoying my time at Birmingham. It would be fun to stick around. But given how much fun I'm having playing as the director of football, Premier League budgets, potentially pushing for the Champions League, that's kind of exciting. So if you like what I'm doing around here as much as the board do, please drop a like on this video and, of course, subscribe to the channel so you can continue following me on this awesome journey. Well, this is big news. Virgil van Dijk is telling Jude Bellingham to join him at Anfield. Now, you'll remember Jude Bellingham had a £95 million release clause that expired in the summer. So Liverpool, the rumour goes, are now planning a £165 million offer. And given that we've got a 40% profit sell-on clause, off the top of my head, that's 25-30 million quid we'd get for this. Ooh, January's only a month away. This is one to definitely watch. Something I just want to touch back on that I haven't talked about for a little while. Rule number 1 of Moneyball, those principles that I'm applying to this particular save. Give youth a chance. Promote youth above transfers at all times. Well, I'm absolutely following that here. We've got a bunch of great looking under 21s with huge potential who I've offered new contracts to that we're going to run out in about 6 months time. Firstly, Latrell Belnavis, who is an attacking midfielder naturally, great flair, pace and stamina. For our club DNA, he ticks determination, teamwork, work rate, a bit lacking in strength, but potentially Premier Division standard. Mark Francis already, because of our issues with squad depth last season, played 19 times for us. Incredibly determined, can play up front or in attacking midfield. Julian Lammer is out on loan at the moment, but another striker. Maybe not a long-term prospect because he's lacking in those club DNA attributes, but potentially Prem standard again. And Frank Tatum, another striker with 5-star potential. And that's all feeding once again into my thinking for this January transfer window. Luke Harris, yes, he's a free loan. We're not paying any money for him, but he is currently blocking the playing time pathway for Roddy McGregor, who we paid over £1 million for this summer, and France, who has significant room to develop. So I am definitely leaning towards at the moment letting Luke Harris go to free up a squad spot for those youngsters to actually get some proper game time and start developing quicker, and obviously increasing their value so that I can sell them for loads and loads and loads of money, because that's what the Director of Moneyball is meant to do. Right, so it is time for our 20th match of the Championship season against Huddersfield. We're playing away from home. We're resting Kofi Balmer, who is significantly fatigued at the moment. Lots of matches played recently. One thing Thomas Lech is not so great at, squad rotation. So one that I might have to keep an eye on and just encourage him to play some players ahead of others as the season progresses. Interestingly though, despite our vastly different league positions, Huddersfield are favourites. They're 23rd at the moment and we're 11th. So I think what the bookies are taking into consideration there is our pretty shocking form away from home. So it's over to Thomas Lech now. It's all in his hands. If he can get us back into winning ways away from home, we could climb as high as 8th, depending on how results around us go. Come on, Thomas. You got plenty of youngsters in the team. You're good at managing them. You're good at motivating them. Show me what you can do. So we got Huddersfield lining up with a 4-3-3 formation, and we, presumably our standard 5-2-1-2. We have Garcia in goal, back three of Terziev, Boateng and Bakema. Excellent, Boateng's in there, we probably won't concede then. Fleming and Reynolds as wing-backs with Arahan and Gibua in midfield with Harris, Van der Heyden and Salcedo up front. Let's get this match underway. An immediate early booking for Huddersfield there. That's good, because Van der Heyden has quite a bit of pace, and be interesting to see him up against... Oh, Salcedo is in straight away! 8 minutes on the clock. If that's onside, I think it is. It doesn't look like it's being checked. Beautiful. Cracking start. Salcedo has been an absolute revelation for us. I signed him as one of the players at the end of last season who never managed to actually get on the pitch. It was after the transfer window had closed. He was clearly eagerly awaiting his opportunity to show what he can do. And can Fleming do something from here? Oh, it goes off of the bar. Wow. Amazing effort there from Fleming from range. But yeah, Salcedo has just settled into this team so quickly, playing as an advanced forward today. He is putting chance after chance after chance away. And it's one of the things that's driving us up the table. It's absolutely great to see. Fleming again with the ball here. Throw in, cross to no one. It looks like they have an opportunity here. This is the first time we've actually seen Huddersfield with an extended period of possession in this particular match. Can we press them? Can we get the ball from them? We do. We managed to grab the ball back. Salcedo is in again. Is he going to square it? He is! Oh, Van der Heyden is fouled. That's a penalty. Is that also a sending off? No. That's a bit of a shame. I would have liked a sending off there for the central defender. But it is Salcedo to take the penalty. And, oh, it's saved. Too close to the goalkeeper. Well, interestingly, our possession statistics recently have been incredibly good. We have not had much of the ball at all today compared to Huddersfield. But obviously we are doing a lot more with it. So I'm very happy with that. Excellent first half performance. Let's hold on to it in the second half, and we get a corner early on. Terziev, he's in! Now, Terziev, club captain, has not played much at all. He's been kept out of the team by Barmer, Welsh and Sam for the most part. They've been our starting centre-backs. Obviously, Boateng in today alongside Terziev. Oh, and the club captain leading by example. Fantastic. 60 minutes in then, and we're looking pretty comfortable. Huddersfield really aren't creating anything threatening at all. We're certainly not seeing any evidence of them creating strong goal-scoring opportunities. 70 minutes, we're yet to make a substitution, which is a bit surprising. There we go. Plan John. McGregor's now on. Zagre's on at left wing-back as well. 90 minutes, we're into added time. Hinshelwood plays it back to Boateng, who absolutely lofts one to Zagre, who's got a bit of pace. He manages to get into the box, cuts it back. Salcedo again for his second. Could have had a hat-trick today if it wasn't for missing that penalty. That, my friends, is how good we now are. That is no fluky result. That is no managing to hang on for a draw against all expectations, which is pretty much what we were doing last year. Obviously, we fell away last year. I don't think that's going to happen this year. We are genuinely looking now like a pretty decent team. We cut the ball back again. This can't be another opportunity for us. No, the ball is coming back. Huddersfield do want to at least please their fans a little bit there. Oh, and Garcia! That's something to send the Huddersfield fans home happy, at least. Unfortunately, can't be said the same for me, because that is an effort that Garcia should absolutely have saved. That is a dreadful goalkeeping effort. Yes, he's a higher standard than the keepers we had last year, but he is not showing good enough quality, I think, to stick around long term. I know it was bumped up by the penalty, but 3.17 XG. Phenomenal. 2 goals, 4 key passes for Salcedo and a 9.6 rating. This is where the director of football should definitely step in to offer some praise. Solid performance there from Harris as well, which is nice to see. Reynolds and Zagre doing well. Terziev coming in and, as I said, leading by example. And Gubua as well. Excellent stuff. That puts us up to 9th. And Salcedo is now the 3rd highest scorer in the division. This is amazing. And it's all down to this man, Thomas Lech. I mean, it's a little bit down to my transfers, obviously. But this is the guy who's getting the best out of the players on the pitch. However, I can't help but be drawn by the possibility of finding someone even better in that assistant manager role. Can you imagine? Albert Capellas here has managed 2 clubs in this save so far. Yes, he was sacked from his last one, but look how much better he is. He's the same amount of better than Thomas Lech as Thomas Lech was better than Jamie Day. And look how we've improved since making that managerial change. So I wonder, he would play a 4-3-3... tiki-taka instead of vertical tiki-taka. Let's just find out how much it would cost. So strangely, his preference is as a scout. No, we want you as an assistant manager. If we were to offer him for maybe 2 years, let's say 2 years. Oh no, nearly £6,000 a week. Oh well, we're walking away from that one. But I'll just keep an eye on some of these other characters just in case we need it later on in the season. Unfortunately, we have a situation here with Brian Ojeda, which is really down to Thomas Lech's inability to effectively rotate the team. He's a decent championship level player. Fair enough, he's not a natural defensive midfielder yet, but he is absolutely good enough to rotate with the rest of these guys. Maybe I'm going to need to send Hinshelwood back in January too. I can't be upsetting my contracted players. Yes, he's one of our best players, Hinshelwood, at the moment, but I have to put my squad first. This is Moneyball. I need to maximise their value. So I'm going to offer him more playing time. Yes, he's encouraged. Excellent. This is one of those rare occasions where I have to step in over the team manager's head. I do not want to lose Ojeda, so I'm going to select him in the matchday tactic in one of those defensive midfield spots. And next time I go on holiday, I'll be telling Thomas to use the current team selection. So essentially, I'm giving him an ultimatum. He has no choice. He has to pick Ojeda until I say otherwise. It feels wrong. Obviously, I don't want to get involved in team selection as director of football, but I need to protect our investment. So in 1 month's time, we're probably going to send Hinshelwood and Harris back home. And here we are with our second match of this episode. Am I spoiling you today or what? We are at home against fourth placed Luton Town. So this is going to be an entirely different proposition to Huddersfield. As I've said though, our home form is strong and we are favourites going into this. So huge opportunity for Ojeda here to show what he can do. I'm forcing Thomas to pick him. Everything else I leave in Thomas's capable hands. Large number of changes made to the previous game against Huddersfield. We've got Garcia in goal, but our first choice centre-backs are all here. Welsh, Barmer and Bakema. Wisdom is in at right wing-back. I haven't really seen him playing that role much this season. Zagre in on the left. Ojeda and Hinchell were chosen in midfield with McGregor, Van der Heyden and Salcedo up front. We've got a couple of tired players there who are not going to make it through the 90 minutes for sure, but Luton look even worse off than we do. So let's see what we can do against the fourth placed team in the division. 10 minutes in and we're absolutely all over the ball. I've never seen anything like it. We've got more than 75% possession. Nothing whatsoever is being created, but they're not getting a chance to even get a foot on the ball. We've now had 3 shots after half an hour, only 1 on target, so a low XG. Very dull match for the fans watching in the ground. Possibly even a boring, highlight-free first half. Well, that was riveting stuff. Don't know about you, but I was impressed with what we saw there. And of course, Luton have the first attack of the second half. Wisdom, though, clears it to nobody. That was a dreadful clearance. Although, we get the ball back. Sam puts his foot on the ball, slows the pace down. Garcia lofts a huge kick upfield, which only goes to the Luton defence. Can we press? Can we get the ball back? It looks like no is the answer there. But Sam gets it again. That is a terrible... Oh, my word. That was awfully, awfully close. Right, come on, Thomas, take Salcedo off. He's absolutely shattered. Just give him a rest. Right, planges on. 70 minutes gone. Nothing much happening. Well, of all the matches that I chose to show you... Oh, my word, it's the 82nd minute. We have a free kick. Zagre, this looks like a good opportunity. I'm sticking my neck out. This is in. This is in. Oh, it's off the bar! Oh, what an effort from Zagre. Well, we have been the better team here against fourth-placed Luton. Comfortably the better team. We haven't created many opportunities, but they've had not a single chance apart from that one effort that they put wide, which came from one of our mistakes. Stephen Welsh, man of the match this time. And I say it again, I think we're actually a decent team. Not the most impressive performance from Ojeda there, unfortunately, but we'll give him another couple of opportunities to show what he can do. So with almost half the season gone, we're in 9th place. Media still predicting a 15th place finish, so they expect us to fall away. But the board think I'm doing an unbelievable job. This is incredible. I am untouchable. I've got an A+ rating from the board and a B- from the supporters. What more do they want? Maybe more entertaining and attacking football than we showed against Luton. Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. Well, we've got a whole host of winnable matches up next for the rest of December. Blackpool, Bristol City, Huddersfield and Peterborough. So we're going to be back in January for another, probably quite nerve-wracking transfer window. An opportunity to get tens of millions of pounds in from the sale of Jude Bellingham, tens of millions of pounds in from the sales of some of the other players, and send 2 of the loanees back to free up a pathway to first team action for some of our younger players. It really feels like, for the first time in a season and a half with Birmingham City, things for the Director of Moneyball are actually going pretty well. It's the January transfer window for this Director of Football, and our two prize assets are wanted by, among others, Tottenham Hotspur, Chelsea and Manchester City. So will they go? How much will we get for them? And who will be their replacements? We sit in 10th place in the league. After 26 matches played, we're only 2 points off the playoffs. Salcedo is the man. He's our top goal scorer, he's got our highest average rating and the most assists. Next up, we have Stockport in the FA Cup in 8 days' time. Stockport who are sitting 19th in League 2, so good opportunity for us to progress to the 4th round. And I must just show you this piece of news. After my concerns about Luke Harris's performances in the previous episode, he immediately went and won Young Player of the Month for the Championship. Scored 5 goals in 5 matches. One of those was a 10 out of 10 performance where he scored a hat-trick, and he scored 2 the following match. So he hasn't been amazingly consistent, but it is making me rethink whether we keep him around. Club atmosphere, because of this run that we've been on, has just been outstanding. We've got a few unhappy players who want to go out on loan, and Barmer is still unhappy from a year ago of me trying to move him on when we desperately needed some funds. But by and large, this group of players are in a very, very good frame of mind. You can see a few positive reaction notifications down the side here. That is because I am stepping in as the Director of Football to praise players occasionally for training well done. We've got some absolutely outstanding training performances, and I feel as Director of Football I should be stepping in as a senior manager and also praising the players, not just relying on our assistant manager to do that for us. And that's obviously having a great impact on these team dynamics. But what about those transfers? Well, you won't be surprised, Ridian Bennett is one of them. He is wanted by Chelsea, Manchester City and Inter, and Boateng is wanted by a whole host of clubs, so Brentford, Everton and Tottenham currently looking like his most likely destinations. And we need to sell. Firstly, it's a Moneyball save. We're looking to make the most of our prize assets and always be turning a profit. These are 2 players who came through our youth team and haven't cost a penny, so this will be pure profit. And considering we had £24 million in the bank in August, we're already down to 11.8. So we need to top up those funds. We're still losing a huge chunk of money every month. And now that we're spending on transfers, there's more incoming funds that are needed for the kitty. And would you believe it, the very next morning, we've got those offers from Boateng coming in. Brentford offering £5.5 million up front with a whole host of add-ons and percentage of profit from the next sale. Well, I'm rejecting it, as Clates has taught me to do, because I want to drive that value up. I want to get more back into our transfer budget this year, so we will start offering him out repeatedly until we get those negotiable offers. We'll start with £7.5 million and see what happens. How much? £10-15 million coming into the bank? I like it. And if you like it, please drop a like on the video, and of course subscribe to the channel to keep following me on the journey. The Boateng auction begins. Look at this. We've had offers from Brentford, Burnley, Leeds, Southampton, Juve, Trabs on spot. This is absolutely ridiculous. These are offers now that I can start to negotiate though, which is great. We'll see how high we can push them. Also, I'm letting Pedro Bacalio go out on loan, potentially with a look to a permanent transfer. He could become a good championship level player, but currently only good enough for League One. So 7th best midfielder at the club at the moment. There are just a lot of players ahead of him in the pecking order. Well, this is the best offer that we can secure for Benjamin Boateng, and it looks like we're becoming a Brentford feeder club. First Jordan James, now Benjamin Boateng, £11.5 million. I'm going to ask for 20% of the profit from the next sale. Done. If we're losing Boateng and Terziev already has a transfer arranged, might need just to look at getting another centre-back in as well. It really is all kicking off. Man City are now in for Bennett, and their offer looks honestly pathetic. 1.6 million up front, a few instalments, some clauses based on appearances and goals. This just looks a bit rubbish, really. Once again, we reject. But let's see what we can get for him. Well, about 10.5 million quid is the answer. Chelsea have offered 10.5 million up front with a loan back until the end of the season, which is costing nothing. Not going to turn that one down. Juve and Man City, both 10.25 with 15% of profit from the next sale. So it's really over to Bennett now to make that decision. Because we've got that loan back, I'm not as concerned about bringing a striker in to replace him this season, but I've found Mohamed Daramy, whose contract is running down in 6 months' time. Played some football for Ajax and Copenhagen with potential to become a good Premier Division player. We've offered him a contract for the end of the season on a lot of money. I suspect we'll probably face some competition though. Club captain Terziev has now departed. Just £50,000 that we're getting for him. He just wasn't getting any football. Almost ever present for us last year, but only 3 starts so far this season. Totally been usurped by the standard of player we've brought in over the summer and has gone back to play in Bulgaria. So thank you, Terziev. You've been a loyal servant. Got us through some really rocky times on the pitch. You'll be welcome back here anytime, that is for sure. So it's the 9th of January. We're getting a lot of early business done here. Pedro Bacalhau is now moving to Swansea on loan. No option for a future fee, but we're getting a monthly payment and 50% of his wages paid. So it's a good opportunity for him to build up some game time and improve his ability. And 2 other exciting transfers I want to show you. If and when Boateng goes, we've lined up David Nemeth as his replacement. He was transfer listed by Sociedad for 1.8 million, so we've been able to get him for 1.5 up front and 300k after 50 league matches. And he would be coming in as the best central defender at the club. Ahead of Bakema, ahead of Barmer, ahead of Boateng. This is Moneyball at its finest. Sell players for a profit and bring in players cheaper who are better. Perfect. And the other is Felix Nemecha, who I went in for in the summer but couldn't convince to sign a contract. He is also transfer listed by request. £2 million, which I think is a steal considering he's on a nearly 5-year contract with his current club. He can play in attacking midfield, he can play up front as well. Long-term Bennett replacement, awesome. Just over 24 hours until we play Stockport in the FA Cup. And now that Terziev has left, we need to pick a new captain. I will, of course, default to Thomas Letch's opinion here, and he is going for Sam Bakema. Only joined us in the summer. Has played 19 matches for us in the league, 6.94 average rating, the obvious choice as the team leader. He is the best defender currently at the club. Welcome to your new leadership role, Sam. And Sam did help us to a victory in the FA Cup, but only just. We needed a 90th minute winner from Jack Hinshelwood. Looking at those match stats though, we were by far the better team. Stockport had a resilient defensive performance, keeping us out for a long period of time. But we got there in the end. Irahan picked the ball up deep for the first goal. And Welsh, oh my word, Welsh just nicked the ball off of the defender in the box. That is a quality finish for a central defender. And oh my word, terrible goalkeeping, terrible clearance from Welsh there. And terrible goalkeeping again for Stockport's first and only goal. That is another reason to be concerned about Garcia. But Hinshelwood with a corner in the 90th minute. Quality. Definitely do need to be thinking about that goalkeeping position for next season though. And the morning after that victory over Stockport to send us into the 4th round of the FA Cup, Benjamin Boateng waves goodbye. He is joining Brentford in the Premier League. We're getting £11.5 million straight up, and the board are adding nearly £5 million to our transfer budget. Amazing. And not even a couple of hours later, Nemecha is set to sign. He's accepted his contract offer. I think that will make him the highest paid player at the club, but I think his quality makes him well worth it. We've got a £5.25 million transfer budget available right now. He's going to cost 2 up front. Again, excellent money balling. Nemeth is also about to join. We've put an application in for his work permit, and we've also now got the chance to cash in on Jude Bellingham's sell-on clause. If we choose to sell the clause, we will receive £10.86 million. And to be honest, I don't think it's worth it. He's currently valued up to £130 million. We get 25% of the profit on his next transfer. Sadly, the interest in him has faded away once again. So again, being tricked by all of those transfer rumours, but he's under contract until 2030. I find it very hard to believe that he is not going to move on before then, but a substantial chunk of money. So we've got plenty of money coming in now. We don't need that 10 million quid immediately. Let's hold off to get a much higher value further down the line. And on the 14th of January, just a couple of days later, Riddian Bennett has agreed terms with Manchester City. We get a loan back for the rest of the season, £10.25 million in the bank, and 15% of the profit from his next sale. So that's another £4 million going into the transfer kitty. I love being the director of Moneyball. And the very next day, Nemeth is in as well. So we've sold Boateng and replaced him with Nemeth. We've sold Bennett and replaced him with Nemecha. And it's only the 15th of January, so we are pretty much done. Nemeth here could be a perfect replacement for Boateng, according to the fans. Once again, Director of Moneyball excellence. Let's take a look at this squad depth. I genuinely do think we are stronger now than we were at the start of the transfer window. Garcia, first choice goalkeeper with a decent backup. We've got 6 great options at centre-back, and spot that Nemeth is already valued up to £7.4 million. He's cost us 1.5. Couple of options at right wing-back, maybe a better backup required for Brian Reynolds in the near future. Good options at left wing-back, 4 solid choices in defensive midfield. A huge array of options up front now. We have potentially blocked off Mark France's route to the first team. That's the only thing, because I hadn't noticed I'm not able to actually send any of these loanees back. We agreed that we couldn't terminate the loan when we brought them in. Little did I know how successful my other transfer business would be, so that's a lesson learned for next season. And then obviously Salcedo, Bennett, Van der Heyden, Plange up front, and Nemecha can play there as well. So our squad is looking great for the remainder of the season. Next up, we have Reading away as our first test. Reading are favourites, but we're actually in better form than they are. They're currently 7th, obviously. We're 10th. We could go above them if we win, but they have won 4 of their last 5 home matches. So this is going to be an interesting test to see who Thomas Lech picks out of that new look squad, which of the new guys are going to make their starts, and how are we going to perform against another team that is currently challenging for the playoffs? Are we in the mix? We're about to find out. Both Borden fans are expecting a draw. If there was a winner, they think it will be Reading, but equally, they hope to see us move into the playoff places, which obviously requires us to win. So all of the options are on the table. We need every other team ahead of us to slip up if we are going to make it into those playoff places, so don't expect that to happen. But if anyone can do it, it's Thomas Lech, and if any squad can do it, it's this one that's been possibly masterfully put together by your very own director of football. I really am quite pleased with the business so far. Let's go take on Reading and see what this team can do. So we've got Garcia in goal. Nemeth is starting alongside Welsh and Bakema at the back. We've got Fleming and Reynolds at wing back. Irajon and Gyubua in midfield, with Nemecha starting as well alongside Salcedo and Bennett. Wow, this is a strong team. 90 minutes against the team in 7th place. What can we do? It's a slow start, 10 minutes in, not really much being created. 2 shots from Reading. We have yet to generate an opportunity. Right, Welsh plays it up to Reynolds, who knocks it down to Gyubua. Plays it to Reynolds again. To Gyubua. Is he going to thread a through ball? No, it goes back to Bakema, who plays it back to Nemeth. We're taking our time here to build up patiently, looking for that opening. Irajon to Salcedo. Welsh with the ball runs forward. Irajon and plays a through ball to Fleming. He's in. And Bennett. Oh, Bennett charges forward and puts the header over the bar. That was a quality opportunity that we crafted there. Good opening. Can we do it again? That might be the only opportunity of the first half for us. Oh dear, Reading have got a corner right at the death. And oh my word, Garcia, what are you doing? I cannot help but think Garcia is not our long-term goalkeeper. That feels like another time when he should have made a much better effort to save that. Maybe some loose defending on our part, but it's only 1-0 at half-time, and we have an attack at the start of the second half. The ball bowls up for Nemecha, and Salcedo knocks it past the post. Oh, that was a very favourable deflection for us, and I really would have appreciated Salcedo to do more there. But Reading are pushing forward, and oh, Garcia did manage to actually pick that one up. I was thinking he might actually bring down the attacker there. Lofted ball up front, over the top of the Reading defence, but we can't get on the end of it. Nemecha is looking to break from that attacking midfield spot, though. He is really putting himself into a position to cause all sorts of problems. We cut the ball out. Irajon plays it to Salcedo, to Fleming. Fleming, is he going to run down the wing? No, he plays it back to Welsh, to Irajon, back to Welsh, to Fleming, who plays a through ball, can't quite reach Salcedo. Irajon, though, to Salcedo. Bennett is definitely offside. We now have a higher XG than Reading, which is fantastic. I want us to be doing more with this, though. Come on. Hinshelwood is now on. Hinshelwood, who saved us, obviously, in the last match. Oh, and again, the ball just doesn't stick to the feet of the Birmingham City players. We let Reading get on the ball and push forward when we were in a decent position. Fleming looks like he's picked up an injury there. And, oh my word, that was nearly an own goal from Jack Hinshelwood. This is a stressful time. Reading with the corner. Are they going to get another one hit? No, we managed to clear it away. That's good. That's good. But they're going to create another opportunity. I can't help but think this is going to be another goal for them. Oh my word, what quality tackle from Reynolds. But we can't manage to get the ball up to the other end. We're playing a bit cautiously here, considering we are 1-0 down. We're not throwing many people forward to get into goal-scoring positions. That would have been a great opportunity for a counter-attack, and we really didn't seize it. We're allowing Reading to just keep hold of the ball, play around us quite comfortably. We can't get the ball through to Salcedo again. Reading are just sitting here, not giving us any space to play into. And Perkins has been let clean through. What is that goalkeeping? Shocking defending, shocking goalkeeping. That was a defensive calamity. Oh, I cannot believe what I have just seen. The ball just over the top. Perkins on his own. Garcia, I don't know what he was doing. Just couldn't decide whether to try to make the stop, to block the shot. Nothing happened. And that is a terrible way to end this match. We were in with a really great chance. Thomas Letcher's gone for a 4-2-3-1 to create more up front, but we're not able to create any chances. That is such a disappointing way to end that match. Our XG was on top for so long as well. Oh, such a shame. But it's Reading who move into promotion contention, not us. Not a single player covered themselves in glory there, except potentially Jack Hinshelwood, who's off the bench, the only player to get a 7 rating. Well, it's that kind of result that proves we still have a lot of work to do. But don't forget, the board were only expecting us to avoid relegation this season. We're 5 points off the playoffs after 27 matches played. We are 20 points clear of the relegation zone. So there's no chance we're going down this year. We've just improved the squad, and we've still got nearly 2 weeks of the transfer window left. So we'll be back on deadline day just for any final shenanigans. Who knows what could happen. And then a fascinating away match at Everton in the 4th round of the FA Cup. And that's an Everton team who are currently 19th in the Premier League. Could this be an FA Cup upset coming up? Well, you're going to have to join me next time to find out. It's transfer deadline day at Birmingham City, and the media think we're going to spend £17 million on a central defender and buy a 32-year-old goalkeeper. I don't think they've been paying attention. The media have gone completely and utterly bonkers. Look at this. They think we're going to buy Connor Taylor for £17.25 million from Stoke City and also bring in a 32-year-old Jack Butland. They have no idea, do they? You'd think after a year and a half they'd be on top of my transfer policy by now. The fact is, I am bringing in a goalkeeper, but definitely not the one that they've highlighted. After the previous episode, I'm sure you won't be at all surprised to see this piece of business. Lucho Garcia has served a purpose for the first half of the season. Not very well, though. He managed to pull out a 7.4 performance in his last match and keep a clean sheet, but that was after 2 shocking results where he conceded 7 goals. If we look at the XG table, we have conceded 10 more goals than we should have done this season, and Garcia has been between the sticks for every single match. So I'm sure you're familiar with the rules of Moneyball by now, but let me remind you about numbers 4 and 5. Firstly, improve defence before attack, and secondly, always improve the weakest area of your team first. Well, sorry Lucho, but you are that weakest link. So we have only played 3 matches since you were last with me, and it's been up and down. It's fair to say we beat Watford 5-4, an incredible match. Terrible goalkeeping from Garcia, but a hat-trick from Nemecha and 2 from Bennett. We then played title-challenging Nottingham Forest in our next match and should have, at the very least, got a point. Look at those match stats. We had a higher XG, we had higher possession, more passes completed, more shots, and more shots on target. And Garcia managed to concede every single effort that Nottingham Forest put in front of him. Absurd! So it was at this point I knew we had to change things. Thankfully, though, we got back on track with a 2-0 win away at Bournemouth. So we're 9th in the league, still 5 points off the playoffs. And although we got 15 hours left of deadline day, apart from that new goalkeeper, I'm done with squad depth. I think we've got a great squad to take us through to the end of the season. We're in with a shout of those playoffs, you know. I just sincerely hope that Joaquin Blasquez does choose to join us. And we'll find out in 15 hours. And that is it. Our 4th transfer window as Birmingham's Director of Football is over. We've spent £3.8 million and received 22.5. Honestly, this moneyballing is going so well. Bennett, Boateng and Terziev all out. Bennett back in on a free loan, of course, with Nemecha and Nemeth joining as well. And yes, Joaquin Blasquez is in as our new first choice goalkeeper. Unlike Garcia, he has potential to be a decent Premier Division goalkeeper in future. He's already a good player for most championship sides. He's consistent, he enjoys big matches. Joins us from Spain, where he's had a couple of seasons as first choice goalkeeper. A tough time in that first season where his club got relegated, but the second division he has been a more consistent presence. And not only that, we managed to ship Garcia out. He's moved to Philadelphia for £500,000. Bearing in mind we signed him at the end of his contract for nothing in the summer, that's all profit. Yes, we had to pay off his loyalty bonus. Yes, there was a percentage of the fee that went to him as well, but we got £180,000 for it, and we have a younger, better first choice goalkeeper in return. So incredibly, we now have £27.5 million in the bank. Remember when I joined a season and a half ago, we were £8.5 million overdrawn. What incredible progress in a very short space of time. And the debt is reducing as well. We still have £76 million to pay off. Nearly 500k a month is going to our club chairperson, our club director, and to the bank. But our finances are in such a better position than they have been previously. It's time once again to ask for an increase to the amount of transfer revenue we can retain, and I wouldn't mind an increase to next season's budget as well. And take a look at this wage expenditure as well. Again, it's creeping up, it's getting more competitive. I mean, it's still rubbish compared to most of the teams in the division. But given that, statistically speaking, wage expenditure is the most likely indicator of club performance, the fact that we have the 4th lowest wage budget in the division and we're in 9th place shows that not only am I doing a good job as Director of Football, but Thomas is doing a fantastic job on the pitch. He's now managed us for 48 games over a full season. We've won 20, drawn 10 and lost 18. So his win percentage is currently 41% and growing. So I am very excited to see what he can do in his next match as we go away to Everton in the FA Cup 4th round. Well, we're just about to kick off against Everton, and I can confirm the board have increased our transfer revenue retained to 55% now. If we get another 1 or 2 massive sales in the summer, that's going to mean a huge transfer kitty for us. But they have also increased the budget already for next season to almost £6 million. So things looking pretty good for the summer. The board are expecting defeat, as are the supporters. But I genuinely think if ever there was an opportunity for an upset, this is it. They are in 19th place in the league. They've lost their last 4 in a row. They desperately need this win. So come on, Birmingham. Thomas, choose your team, send them forth, and let's beat Everton. It does look like an absolutely packed out crowd. Probably the biggest crowd that my Birmingham City team have ever played in front of. What do we think? 40,000 Everton fans expecting a victory today? Well, let's see if we can spoil it for them. Blázquez does start in goal for his first match. We've got Bakayma, Nemeth and Welsh at the back with Fleming and Reynolds at wing back. Gyabua and Arahan in defensive midfield. Harris starts in attacking midfield with Salcedo and Bennett up front. Look at the strength of this bench now. Hinshelwood, Barmer, Nemecha, Zagre, McGregor, Ojeda, all quality first-team players who can come on and turn this match if we need them to. Well, 20 minutes in, we have not yet conceded, but we're making things difficult for ourselves. We're finding it very, very hard to keep hold of the ball. Only 28% possession after half an hour. And now Everton with a long throw into the box. We managed to get it away, but only as far as Iwobi. The Everton defender just stands on the ball, slows the pace down, and they knock a ball into the left-hand channel. The ball goes into a box, and unfortunately, I thought that was going to be a goal, but Nemeth manages to get back to clear it off the line. It goes to Bennett, who can't quite get on the end of it. We are backs against the wall in this first half an hour by the look of things. That comes to nothing. So Welsh now takes a chance to run into midfield with the ball. It goes back to Nemeth. We're just taking our time now and looking to retain the ball a bit, which I think is an excellent idea. Oh my word, no! Oh my word, I've swapped one dreadful goalkeeper for another. I don't believe it. Can you... What was he even thinking? In his first match, replacing one of the worst goalkeepers I've come across in my time in Football Manager. I think I've just had it proved to me I've signed one who's even worse. I don't believe this. This should have been an upset, and we have just absolutely ruining our opportunity. But Reynolds with an opportunity to cross. It goes to Salcedo. Oh, it's cleared off the line by the Everton defender. We've only got ourselves to blame. No, we don't. We don't have ourselves to blame. We have our goalkeeper to blame. Oh, absolutely ridiculous. Probably he needs to learn the language, I guess. Maybe you could put it down to poor communication. I put it down to just a ridiculous attempt to pass the ball through someone who's wearing a different colour shirt to the rest of your team. Reynolds is the only player now who's actually showing anything like a positive effort. We've switched to a 4-2-3-1 now, the usual change for Thomas Lech. Well, it's now Everton with a corner in the 84th minute. Is this going to be... Oh my word. Well, it could be ruled out. I don't think it's going to be. The goal is awarded, and I don't believe what I'm seeing. Look at this goalkeeping. No effort anywhere there to claim the ball. I have replaced the weakest area of my team first. I'd just like to point that out, or at least I have attempted to. It looks like what I've done is replaced the weakest area of my team and worsened it. So probably we're going goalkeeper shopping again in the summer. But Salcedo, oh my word, it's the 87th minute and we've got one back. Oh, this is incredible. Come on. If it wasn't for those goalkeeping errors, we'd be 1-0 up against Everton now. I mean, that says something, right? And time's running out. We've got 5 minutes of added time, but it's coming to nothing. And, I was really hoping that this would turn into a cup upset. A 6 for Blázquez there. Yeah, that's a disappointing way to come back after the transfer window. But we're back into the league next. Let me just double check that Blázquez has started his language training. Yeah, bit of a shame. I missed this one. He speaks fluent Spanish, French and good Italian. Send on intensive language course. We don't have long to wait to get back to winning ways, but it's a tough match. We're at home against third-placed Middlesbrough. And while the squad are preparing for that particular match, I want to take a look at the development centre. It's been a while since we've looked at the quality of our under-21s and under-18s, and there are some interesting things to show you that have been going on. If we look at our under-21s, I'm over the moon with the potential of the players here. We have so many 5 and 4.5 star potential players. I don't think we're going to have any problems fulfilling that rule of Moneyball where we give youth a chance ahead of bringing in transfers. It's a staple of our approach as Director of Football, and we're at a perfect club for it. it seems. However, our under-18s are struggling, mostly because we don't have very many of them. We had to rush so many of these kids into the first team squad last year. We've now got a load out on loan trying to develop further. It has left us with bare bones. 7 players in our under-18 squad, and 4 of them are goalkeepers. And that's led to the single worst league table I've ever seen. Birmingham's under-18s this season have played 21, lost 21, and have a goal difference of minus 71. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're getting much to make things any better next year either. The last youth intake was fantastic. This one looking pretty poor. So I'm thinking next year, when we bring some of these loanees back, we might actually just put them back into the under-18s, allow them to develop a little bit further. Basically get used to winning. That's what we want. We don't want to bring in players who are expecting to lose every match into the first team. We need winners. Obviously, that mentality, though, kind of depends on making sure that we win as many matches as possible. So let's see how we get on at Middlesbrough, shall we? Well, Middlesbrough are favourites, but they are not in the best form. Most recently, they lost 4-1 at home to Luton, so I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. They're going to be out for revenge. And would you believe it? Incredibly, Blázquez has now injured himself. This might turn out to be the most disastrous signing I've ever made. I don't even know if he's going to be able to start the match against Middlesbrough tomorrow. If not, Sinisalo, big first game for him to step into. Right, here we go. Back to our place for the match against Middlesbrough. Seeing the benefit of our deeper squad straight away here with a few changes, although we have definitely weakened at wing-back. We've got Blázquez in goal. I really hope he shows a better side of himself than he did against Everton. Nemeth, Barmer and Welsh at the back. We've got Wisdom and Zagre at wing-back. Hinshelwood alongside Gabua in midfield now, with Nemecha in attacking midfield and Van der Heyden partnering Bennett up front. I believe in the boys, but it's an early corner for Middlesbrough, which is cleared away. I am terrified now, though, whenever the ball... Oh, look at that. Blázquez actually looks like he made a save. I mean, he might not have done it. It looked like it might have actually been going wide, but he's got another chance here to show what he can do. Obviously, we conceded from a dreadful cross last time with Blázquez not making an effort to go anywhere near the ball, but that one was just headed clear, and we don't have to worry about it. Free kick now, though. Blázquez, what can you do? Well, hits the bar, goes out of play. Nothing to worry about. But Middlesbrough definitely in the ascendancy in the first 7 minutes. Having said that, we clear the ball upfield, but it's coming right back at us. Oh, this is not a nice thing to watch. They spread the play to the other side of the pitch. Their attacker is cleaned through and blazes it over. Okay, I'm not enamoured with what I'm seeing defensively here. For a back three, we seem to be giving their front two far too much space. Far too much space. And now Hinshelwood looks like he's picked up an injury. And they're breaking again. What is going on? Well, Zagre with a fantastic tackle, actually. But they've still got plenty of space to run into. Gets to the byline, cuts it back. Oh, Jed Spence with a ball into the box. And... would you believe it? Blázquez doesn't make the save. Oh, this is such a shame. You're not seeing the best version of Birmingham City here, I'm afraid, my friends. We have been much better than this so far this season, but unfortunately, once again, dreadful goalkeeping. What have I done with that purchase? Well, we've got time to turn it around, but we need to show something different because a 0.08 XG, just 2 shots in this first half. And now Bennett could easily be sent off there. That looked like he absolutely scythed down. Oh my goodness me, this going from bad to worse. So we've now got one player up front, but a corner, Zagre. Oh, no, you can't quite get on the end of it. Welsh, Zagre, can he put a good ball in? No. Brilliant. Great stuff. Well, Welsh knocks it back to Zagre. We've got another opportunity. Oh my word, that would have been one of the goals of the season. Zagre to take again. We've taken off Hinshelwood, who looked like he must have had an injury. Brought on McGregor. Zagre in, and it's easily claimed by the goalkeeper for Middlesbrough. See, that is what good goalkeeping looks like. Just so that you know, Blázquez, when the ball comes in, try to catch it. You know, just make an effort. Such a shame. Such a shame. And right, I said try to catch it, Blázquez. I'm seriously now considering asking Thomas Lech to play Sinisalo in goal because I have got zero faith in my new first choice goalkeeper. I really hope he can turn it around. He should become a Premier Division standard player. Maybe he's not very adaptable. Maybe he's just having trouble settling in. Something is badly gone wrong, though, because we have gone from a team that was playing incredibly well for a decent period of time, although admittedly form's been a bit up and down for the last few matches. We've just looked shocking in the last couple of matches, and that is a concern going into the back end of the season. To be fair, the board are expecting us to avoid relegation. I don't think we've got any concerns on that front. We're still 19 points clear. We're not going down. That's all good. But it feels like we've got an opportunity here to push on. Middlesbrough are third in the league, so they're pushing for promotion. They're expected to finish a lot higher than we are as well. So we have been overperforming this season based on what the media have expected. We mustn't forget that. This squad have done brilliantly, and we've done some fantastic transfers to increase the standard of players in the team. But when we defend like that, what are we thinking? Thomas Lech has done a fantastic job. He really has done great things with this team. But I'm really concerned, looking at this, that we can't defend. I know we've got a new goalkeeper, but our back five there have been playing all season, and we are getting carved open far too easily. So it might be time, depending on how things pan out over the next couple of matches. I'll let him off for now. We've played Everton, we've played Middlesbrough, two teams who are better than us. But I want to see a significant improvement, certainly in our defensive performance, over the next 5 or 6 games, or I'm going to go looking for a new assistant manager. Big words, but I want to push for promotion next season, and I need the right man in the dugout to make that happen. Well, thankfully, it's only a bruised ankle for Jack Hinshelwood. Bennett's banned for just the one match, as long as that's not extended. And although that was 2 poor performances, I'm just looking back at this schedule and it's made me realise something. That is the first time we've lost 2 in a row all season. And that was against a Premier League team and a team that is now in 2nd place in the Championship. So yes, we have dropped to 10th. We have now fallen a little bit off the pace, 6 points off the playoffs. I'm not expecting us to reach that milestone this year. I think if we did, I probably wouldn't even want us to get promoted because we need another season to build our squad further. So we've got 15 matches left and some upcoming fixtures that look a lot more favourable. 13th, 11th, 22nd, 21st. So I think we're going to come back at the beginning of April for those matches, probably against Derby County and QPR. By that point, we'll have a much clearer view of where we're likely to finish this season, and we'll have a clearer idea whether I think Thomas Lech is the man to take us towards playoff contention next year, or whether I need to take a serious look at this list of potential assistant managers. Given our transfer performance, I think the playoffs is a realistic ambition for next year. And that is a quite frankly ridiculous thing to be saying, considering a year and a half ago we were £8.5 million in debt and couldn't bring anybody in apart from free loans. Today, we can become the best of the rest. After almost 2 full seasons as the Director of Football at Birmingham City, we are on the verge of finishing in 7th place in the Championship. There's just one final match left, and we have been on quite the run of form to get into this position. Since the previous episode, where we unfortunately lost back-to-back against Everton and Middlesbrough, we then went 10 games undefeated. Only 3 victories, but we've just become rock solid. We lost away from home to Brighton to unfortunately end that unbeaten run, but we just picked up back-to-back victories against Blackpool and most impressively away from home against Fulham, who was sat in 7th place. It's because of that victory over Fulham we now have an opportunity to finish just 1 spot outside the playoffs. And may I point out that Brighton, who is the one club that has beaten us on this run recently, are champions. Needless to say, incredible things could happen in this final round of fixtures. We could finish as high as 7th or as low as 11th, depending on how results go. But to overtake Fulham, we need Cardiff to pick up at least a point at home against them while we beat Bristol City. And I've been doing a little bit of homework to see if I can guess who the incredible Thomas Lech is likely to pick in this final game of the season. And this is both the team and style of play I'm about 90% sure of. Blázquez, since he came in at the start of the previous episode, has thankfully recovered form. He's been ever present. He's even kept a few clean sheets along the way. He's likely to play as our sweeper keeper. There is a slim chance, though, that Sinisalo may start. He kept a clean sheet in the previous match because Blázquez was actually injured. So it is touch and go whether Blázquez is going to start this next game. But the back three is almost locked in. Welsh, Bekema and Nemeth as a ball-playing defender have been pretty much ever present over this run recently, with Fleming and Reynolds as our wing-backs. And despite rumours that Jack Hinshelwood might be nominated for Championship Player of the Season, Thomas Lech has been consistently picking Ethan Irajon as a ball-winning midfielder through this extended run of awesome form, and Gyubua has been locking down the defensive midfield spot. Now, Nemecha has been almost ever present since he signed in January as our advanced playmaker, which leaves Bennett and Salcedo likely to take the spots up front. However, they are both recovering from injury. Bennett is unlikely to be fit enough to play. Salcedo has about 60 minutes in him according to the physios, so he might well get on the pitch, but he could be playing up front alongside Van der Heyden. And it is possible, however unlikely, that Lech might change the formation up. He did switch to a 4-2-3-1 against Blackpool, which got us a victory, can't complain, but very much a break from the norm. Now you're probably looking at this squad and thinking, as I am, interesting to see two of the highest performers in the team this season on the bench. Well, Harris in particular has been usurped in the first team by Nemecha since Nemecha joined in January, who's been playing well enough and is a little bit higher quality. But I love both of these players, and I've tried something incredibly cheeky. I have no idea whether it's going to work, but let me show you. Both Hinshelwood and Harris are out of contract with their parent clubs at the end of next season. So I've tried something that I've never attempted before. I've asked to sign them both on loan until the end of next season on 100% of their wages, with a monthly fee as well, and a mandatory future fee that is incredibly low compared to their current value. The thinking here is essentially I could pick up a player at the end of their contract, guaranteed for barely any money at all, when I know they're good enough to play in this team permanently. It's obviously incredibly unlikely that a club like Fulham will allow Luke Harris to go at the end of his contract for just a couple of £1 million. Unlikely doesn't necessarily mean impossible. So watch this space. But future transfers aside, it's now all over to Thomas Lech. This man has performed borderline miracles since coming in as our assistant manager. He kept us up last year and has got this team in such strong form. Their morale is absolutely incredible. So the time has come for me to take my seat in the stand, and it's all now down to this squad of players I've assembled over the last 2 years and what Thomas Lech can inspire them to achieve. Final match of the season, at home, no better place to be. But it looks like we're going to rely on a very different front line to the one that I predicted. Harris is in attacking midfield, with Nemecha alongside Van der Heyden up front. So Bennett has made it onto the bench, but Salcedo, our top scorer, does not make it. We need to see that league table. How is it going to stand at the end of the day? Let's get cracking and find out. Well, the ball is with Welsh. In the 4th minute, he plays a ball over the top for Harris. He's through and he dinks it over the keeper, but it's cleared off the line by the Bristol City defender. What an incredible effort that would have been. And almost was, in fact. But Gyubua, oh, fantastic interception. Oh, it comes to nothing, and we're even getting the goal line technology replay. It was that close. Not really close enough. I knew it wasn't in. Oh dear. Now Gyubua is injured, but that means Hinshelwood comes on in his place. Hinshelwood again, who is one of the best performing players in the Championship this season, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. Half an hour played. Well, the good news is Bristol City haven't even had a shot off target, let alone on target. But we have not really created a huge amount. Our XG is seriously lacking, so we're missing Salcedo and Bennett up front, almost certainly. Bristol City knocking the ball around at the back, and have got an opportunity here to play it forward. They're not really taking it, though. They really are just slowing the pace down, and we're not looking like stealing it off of them, unfortunately. But, as I say that, Reynolds picks up the ball and immediately loses it, and then tackles, and then loses it again. Fleming loses his man. Irajon can't keep up with him. The ball is in, and that was shocking defending once again. I don't know what it is when we're watching these matches. They're just consistently losing their man. Larin there got ahead of 3 defenders and somehow managed to be completely unmarked. That was their first shot on target. We're down to 45% possession, and Bristol City are suddenly looking pretty good. And as things stand, that will put us down to 9th place. Rotherham are drawing at Coventry and Reading are drawing at Watford. So if they don't pick up any other points, this is okay. We'll finish still 9th, which is I'd still be delighted with. But this is our final match of the season, at home, in front of our fans. Thomas, I know you're a motivator. Get this team out there to show the fans what they can do. And a Bristol City attempt is not what I wanted to see there, but Fleming, gets on the ball, it's cleared. Hinshelwood plays it back to Sam Bakema, our club captain, and the ball is stolen, and Bristol City are in again. And oh my word, it comes off the post. That was almost a calamitous defensive error there once again. It comes to nothing for us though, so Bristol City now have absolutely got this game by the scruff of the neck. I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. Bennett has now come on for Harris, and we've switched to a 4-2-3-1 with 20 minutes remaining. Plange is on as well, so we made a good number of changes. Zagre's on. I'm not convinced we're getting back into this match now, but anything is possible. Sam hits it back to Irajon. Hinshelwood with a ball out to Plange, who plays it through to McGregor. He's in! Oh, that is a good save. A good effort, I must say. All we get is a corner. It's Zagre to hit it into the mixer, and it's straight back out again. So Plange back to Zagre, plays it into the box. Nemeth plays it back into McGregor. It's drilled in and comes to nothing. So we're putting an extended period of pressure together here now. And as soon as I say that, well, 87 minutes, 90. This is a very disappointing way to end our season in front of our home fans. But that said, we do finish in 9th place. Reading drew 1-1 against Watford. Rotherham only managed a 0-0 against Coventry. So I'm sure you will agree, my friends, against all the odds that have been stacked against us over the last 2 years, to finish in 9th place this season is nothing short of remarkable. I'm so disappointed for you, my friends, that the last 3 matches I've shown you live have resulted in a defeat, because we've been playing so well for an extended period this second half of the season. Even against Bristol City there, we still managed to get away 15 attempts. Yes, our possession was lacking, which is quite unusual for us recently, but the board were looking for us to avoid relegation this year. The supporters simply wanted us to try to avoid getting relegated. Won 18, drawn 15, lost 13. A goal difference of 12. We scored 72 goals this season, conceded 60 and finished with 69 points. 69, dudes! It's no wonder the board think my job's untouchable, because we are definitely already an established championship club. And that means next season, next season we're pushing for the playoffs. Well, the cheeky lowball offer for Hinshelwood hasn't come off yet. I'm not surprised it was rejected. It was a very ambitious strategy. However, Brighton weren't interested in sending him back to Birmingham on loan this season either. So if I hold on long enough, then maybe, just maybe. These budgets, however, compared to the last couple of years, are absolutely amazing. A transfer budget of 8 million quid straight out the gates and £250,000 a wage budget per week. That still puts us right down at the bottom of spenders in the division, but with these tactics we've been using as the Director of Moneyball, applying those 9 rules, I've got to believe the playoffs are possible. Just a couple of days after the season has ended and the board are setting their expectations for next season. Previously, they were hoping we'd just keep avoiding relegation, become an established club. Now they want a top half finish. We've done it once, we can absolutely do it again. And they're paying Thomas Lech a huge compliment in terms of the way that they want us to play football now. Possession football, high-tempo pressing football. That is exactly what he is all about with his vertical tiki-taka approach. So not only am I over the moon with Lecce's performance, clearly the board are too. This is fantastic to see. We are still officially working towards repairing the club's financial damage, but you will see we're getting youth facilities improved next season. I've also successfully convinced them to increase our youth level and increase our junior coaching budget as well. So those youngsters are going to keep improving that are coming into that development centre, which will only make it easier and easier for us to play this Moneyball way. Question is, how bought in are the players to this achievement? If I tell them we're challenging for the top half, are they going to be happy with this? Yes, they are. Fantastic. They start believing in themselves now. This is brilliant to see. Last couple of years, they've been terrified at the thought of pushing for anything other than avoiding relegation. This is absolutely a moment to pump my fist, be delighted with what I'm hearing. And just a day later, we're starting to tweak our squad already for next season. We have let Brian Ojeda move on. He had real quality, but he only started 5 matches for us, just couldn't break into the team ahead of the other defensive midfielders. So all told, I think a £450,000 fee for a player we brought in for nothing who only started 5 matches cannot be complained about. And we've also lined up an end-of-contract signing for Lewis Warrington of Everton to replace Ojeda. He is a natural defensive midfielder, so likely to get more game time. Hasn't broken into Everton's first team, but had a phenomenal season in their reserves this year, as well as 3 solid seasons in League One and the Championship. So this is a guy I think is going to come in and be a very, very reliable backup. And now Gregorio Tanko moving on as well. Another player we brought in for free at the end of last season. Started 9 matches. So 300k up front. Again, all profit. This is wonderful. And to conclude this glorious season of re-establishing Birmingham City as a force in the Championship, let's check out the season review. Signing of the season, fascinatingly enough, has somehow gone to Arthur Zagre, who started 11 matches, got a decent enough average rating, but when you look at what some of these other players achieved, Reynolds was pretty much ever present. He missed 1 match for us in the league. Sam Bakema played 40 games. Stephen Welsh, 41. Honestly, don't think I've ever seen anything so confusing. But it's fair to say pretty much every single one of these signings has been a success. We're managing to creep up our home attendance. 2/3 full now, 20,000 people coming to watch us regularly. Our biggest win was that 5-0 victory over Huddersfield, pretty much the day after I said I was considering letting Harris leave, and he then went to score a hat-trick. Goal of the season, a 90th minute winner against Millwall for Eddie Salcedo. Plange picked the ball up, lofted it over the top, and Salcedo with a quality finish. Sponsorship, corporate and hospitality, prize money, matchday commercial and retail, it's all up. Broadcast revenue a tiny bit down. Absolutely no surprise that our top scorer Eddie Salcedo is the top shirt seller as well. Our best 11 for the year starts with Garcia in goal. You and I both know better on that front. Barmer, Bakema and Welsh at the back, so Nemeth didn't do quite enough to get in despite a great performance since he joined in January. Reynolds and Fleming, of course, at wing-back. Gyubua alongside Hinshelwood in midfield, with Harris in the attacking midfield berth alongside, obviously, Salcedo and Bennett up front. Player of the season, young player of the season, both went to Salcedo, who was top scorer with 23. Fleming, 14 assists from wing-back. Incredible return. And Salcedo picked up our highest average rating as well. Once Birmingham got rolling midway through the season, it looked hard to stop them finishing impressively overall. Well, Mr. Parker from Sky Sports News, if you think this season was good, seriously, wait until the next one. Out of necessity, it's going to be another busy summer for us. We're all right in goal. I think Blázquez is going to come very good for us long term. But with Tanko moving on and Wisdom reaching the end of his contract, I'm not going to renew it. If 33 years old, he doesn't fulfil that Moneyball criteria. We definitely need at least one more option at centre-back. I do want to give Zach Willis an opportunity to develop, though, next season. We've lost Joshua Williams, our backup right-back, who played barely any football last season. So we need support at least for Reynolds. Left wing-back's okay, and I think we're good in defensive midfield. We have a good few promising youngsters who can provide a bit of depth in attacking midfield as well. So I think I'm going to let McGregor and Nemecha fight it out for that starting spot. But up front, now that Riddy and Bennett's moved to Manchester City, we're lacking a lot of depth. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to break one of the rules of Moneyball, because signing a striker this summer does look absolutely essential. The great upgrade has begun. We finished last season in 9th place with 69 points, and I've taken a look back at the league table over the last 4 years to see just what it will take to get into the playoffs. This year, 79 would have been enough. The year before, 79 would have done it again. The year before that, 79 again. And the year before that, 79 points would have been enough to qualify us for the playoffs. So that is our number one goal for this summer. We need to improve the squad by enough of a margin to gain 10 more points. And we've got £8.7 million and £260,000 a week in wages to do it. It's the 16th of June, the transfer window has only been open a week, but Lewis Warrington has joined us from Everton. He comes in as our second best central midfielder, and we managed to make a tiny sum of £15,000 from Andre Wisdom, who has joined Salford just before his contract expired. I'm starting to find it difficult to acquire players who are definitely going to improve this team though. Isaac Mabea was one player who I'd offered a contract to. I was hoping he would join us as a right wing back with huge potential, but he's decided to extend his current contract with Liverpool. And most disappointingly, we've lost out on Maurice Krattenmacher, who would have been a phenomenal striker for us. Could play up front or in attacking midfield, even better than Nemecha and Salcedo. But I wasn't bold enough to offer him time as an important player. I thought we could get him as a regular starter, but no, he's off to FC Dallas. And we really could have done with him. I've spent a lot of time planning the squad for the season ahead, and up front we are seriously lacking in depth. Salcedo is really our only top quality natural striker. Plange is also a natural striker, but Nemecha and France, the other two options we currently have, are naturally attacking midfielders. But they're going to be fighting it out with Roddy McGregor and probably a returning Latrell Belnavis. Now, you will not have seen Belnavis so far this save. He's been out on loan a lot, but he's potentially Premier Division standard, and I'm committed this year to rule number one of Moneyball: prioritise your own youth team above transfers. So he's got the determination, teamwork and work rate that we're looking for our club DNA. A little bit lacking in strength, but he's got pace and stamina and can pass the ball as well. So with his potential, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. In defensive midfield, of course, Hinshelwood will be departing us, so that's going to give an opportunity for O'Shea Ellis to come back off loan and step into the team. Fight it out with Arahan, Gubua and Warrington for those defensive midfield spots. Left wing back we're sorted. Fleming was incredible last year and Zagre is a very, very adequate backup. We definitely need cover at right wing back though. And in central defence, we've got 4 great first team options, but the youngsters, unlike up front, I'm a little nervous about. Zach Willis is lacking the passing, the teamwork and the work rate that I would ideally be looking for. Pendleton similarly lacking in those key attributes, but his potential is also quite a long way off. So that means with loanees returning and leavers leaving, I make it, when everything is said and done, we'll have about a 19-man squad. At the bare minimum, I need 2 central defenders, a right wing back and 1 striker or attacking midfielder. And once we've prioritised plugging those weaknesses, we then go looking for something special. But before we get into all that exciting transfer business, I wanted to take an opportunity to reflect on my career so far. It's been 4 years now that I've played as the Director of Football, 2 with Worthing, 2 with Birmingham. I've still put no effort whatsoever into becoming a good coach. I'm all about scouting and player recruitment, as you know. And in my overall career stats, I've still got no matches played, not one. In this entire save so far, 4 years, not one single match I've taken charge of on the pitch. I have, however, bought 58 players for nearly £11 million in total and sold 44 for £60 million. So definite Moneyball profiteering at work here. This is good. This is good. Not surprising to see that I'm highly regarded for managing finances, and also well known for signing under 23 players for the first team squad and to develop for the future. So even the game now recognises that I am all about the money ball, and it definitely feels like I'm making my way up the managerial or Director of Football ladder. Started in the National League South, finished 6th. We won the league at Worthing in my 2nd season as Director of Football there, with the phenomenal Ben Watson in charge as assistant manager. Let's take a look back as well. Let's see how Worthing have got on this season. Romeo Beckham has signed for Worthing Football Club. Well, I suspect that's probably doing wonders for their shirt sales. Number 7 Beckham on the back of a Worthing shirt. Yes, please. They've still got Gennaro and Wright there, who I brought in. Hughes, Tizard, Carroll, Craig, Samuels. A lot of players who I didn't really get to see the best of. And it looks like they finished 18th. In the National League. Yeah, got as high as 9th early in the season, but dropped off towards the end. And Chris McPhee's still there. Chris McPhee took over from me, so he's stuck around quite stubbornly considering he's only got a 29% win ratio. Oh no! Ben Watson is no longer there. Ben Watson has moved on. Nicky Law is now Worthing's assistant manager, so where's Ben? Unemployed? Went to Tranmere as their assistant manager, then was caretaker and has been out of a job ever since. Ben! No! I'm feeling a real sense of solidarity here and want to offer him a job, but his attributes for the level I'm working at now aren't quite there. I'm sorry, Ben. I'll try to find an opportunity for you, but it's going to take me a bit of digging. Just hang in there. Because we've done a great job here at Birmingham, building up the staff. The coaching and recruitment team were in an appalling state when I joined 2 years ago. We've now got arguably the best coaching team in the division and one of the best recruitment teams. We've come a ridiculous way. And I've got to be honest, after a couple of years, I'm just starting to wonder what the future might hold. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to move on, but it's probably worth looking. Life at Birmingham is tough with the financial restrictions that we're under. So there's nothing jumping out here. Sampdoria? Yeah. Couple of Bundesliga teams, Man United, and Everton. Everton, you say? Everton, who have just been relegated from the Premier League for the first time ever. Everton, who have a stadium with a capacity of nearly 53,000. They've got a bank balance of 38 million quid. And, oh my word, and a loan debt of nearly 500 million compared to our 74 million. I thought we were in a bad way. So they've got superb training facilities compared to our great ones. We've got excellent youth facilities. So do they. They've got excellent youth recruitment compared to our decent. I mean, it kind of feels like the situation at Everton is a bit like what I walked into at Birmingham to a factor of 10. Ludicrous amounts of debt, but a huge opportunity to make the most of these facilities and the club standing. And they've just been relegated from the Premier League. They must be loaded. Let's just take a look at this job advert. Right. Sign players under the age of 23. Yeah, can do that. I'm known for this. Play entertaining football. A wage bill of £2 million a week? We've got 260,000. Oh, this is... It's got to be worth putting my name forward at least. Come on. This is an opportunity to move on to another higher reputation club. How amazing would it feel to be the director of football who can finally put together a coherent recruitment policy at Everton Football Club? Right, my job application has been received. Well, that was unexpected. I thought we were just going to take a trip down memory lane there, and we might have just completely changed the future of the save. Well, the Everton business probably will all come to nothing, so I'm concentrating still, anyway, on making sure that the future for Birmingham is as bright as can possibly be. We've offered a fee for Renzo Malanca, currently at Monza, who had 3 phenomenal years in Chile before moving to Serie A. Hasn't started a lot of games, but that average rating when he was in Chile makes me think he's going to be a very tidy player, and he could possibly become the best central defender at the club. So that's one potential central defensive slot filled. I've had a bid rejected for Clemens Riedel, who was another centre-back, but on reflection, it turned out that he's probably not going to get a work permit, so we're moving on from that one. So still on the lookout for at least one more centre-back, that right wing-back, and a striker or attacking midfielder. Right, 24th of June, just over a week later, and we've got a lot of loanies due to return soon. And I do think some of them are going to be ready to step up to the first team. So we've already talked about Belnavis and Willis, but I'm looking at Frank Tatum, Jose Carvalho in particular, and maybe Julian Lammer, who are others who I might want to bring into the first team to give them some minutes and basically speed their development up. Pedro Bacalhau, though, one of the signings from last summer, his development has basically just stalled. He's going to cap out at a 3-star player, so I will be looking to move him on to a new home. And it's like the press are just trying to push me ever so gently towards Everton. I'm getting this report through that Birmingham's stature's grown a little bit over the last 12 months. Liverpool have retained their status as the most reputable club in England. But Everton have taken a sharp decline. Well, you know I like a challenge, don't you? It's the 25th of June, the season has officially ticked over, so we're now officially at the start of our third season with Birmingham, and the media are thinking we're going to finish 15th. The board expect a top half finish as a minimum, and I really want to push for those playoffs. So there's definitely work to be done on squad building. It is proving really tricky to find first team upgrades though. Malanka is still the only player who we've currently got on the table. Oh goodness me, and later that morning Everton are actually inviting me to interview. They've clearly been reading my profile page as well. They think that I might be an acceptable fit for their ambitious vision for the future because of my strong commitment towards signing first team players no older than 23. This could be a perfect mixture of club, situation and director of football, I have to be honest. Well, their chairperson Bailey May is trying to offend me straight off the bat though. He's asking why my managerial career thus far has lacked variety. What do you want? Relegation? No, I don't fancy that on my CV, thank you very much, unlike your outgoing manager. So I'm happy to say that I've shown loyalty to every club I've managed. And why do I want to move on? Now this is a very good question. When I was contemplating Worthing or Birmingham, I didn't know if I wanted to move on, but I have to be 100% honest. This Everton opportunity is really exciting. I've been wanting to test myself at a slightly higher level with bigger budgets. Taking a club like Everton that's just been relegated and turning things around for them, this could be a phenomenal story. So I want to take the next step in my career. And yes, I'm sorry all of those Birmingham fans out there, but I want it to be with Everton. Just don't tell the Birmingham board I said that, just in case they don't give me the job. I can definitely promise a strong dressing room atmosphere and absolutely a great relationship with fans as well. Now, how do I feel about working with their current director of football? Not great, I must be honest, but this is another one where it's worth making a promise for the sake of 180 days. That's all it's going to be. That's what the situation was when I joined Birmingham. I just needed to work with their director of football for 6 months. And then I can move him on. So yes, I'm happy to work with him for 6 months. Because I know clearly from the fact they've been relegated, I'm going to be able to do a much better job. Any changes to backroom staff? Well, maybe a small budget. There might be some people I want to bring with me. Thomas, Lech, maybe. And what's their vision for the future? Sign players under the age of 23. Yes, no problem. Wage budget, grow reputation? Absolutely. Don't sign old people. I can get on board with this. Gain automatic promotion to the Premier Division this year. No pressure. And basically don't go back down again. That feels perfectly acceptable, and if I wasn't able to achieve that, I'd have to consider it a failure. Yeah, they want me to win the league title. Great! And a £48 million transfer budget. I'm not entirely sure how they're doing that when they've got nearly £500 million of debt. I won't worry about that right now. That sounds fine. And £2 million a week a wage budget. Honestly, this could be a fun summer. Oh my word, and I'm now odds-on favourite for the job. Right, I don't know if that's true. I don't know how long I've got left. Clearly I have some important business to take care of. Right, we've just arranged a friendly with Worthing. I don't know if we'll get to see it. I've gone as quick as I can. It's the 4th of July. 9 days' time. We're doing it at their place. Hopefully, it will make them a decent chunk of money in gate receipts. The Malanka transfer is really dragging, so I've now made an offer for Jacob Greaves as well. He would become our record signing, but it's only $2 million up front, and he would be joining from Hull as the best defender we've got at the club. Great with the ball at his feet, really strong mental attributes, excellent physicals. We've only really got David Nemeth at the moment who can play as a ball-playing defender, so I think for our style of play for Thomas Lech, Jacob Greaves could be a huge upgrade at the back. Okay, 29th of June, and the team are back for their pre-season training. Let's welcome them back. I'm going to tell them that we're pushing for the top half of the table. That's what they signed up to last year. I know I'm going for the playoffs, obviously. And I also want to let them know about that promise to give youth a chance. This is absolutely one of those key rules of Moneyball. And yes, the team are absolutely delighted to hear that as well. Brilliant news. That has got them off to an amazing start, absolutely topping out all of their morale, and then 34 players to send on a training camp, including a lot of the youngsters. Brilliant. Oh my goodness me, my friends. Everton are asking me to make some backroom staff changes. I think we all know what this means. Wow. What a transformational moment in this save. From a debt-ridden, free-falling Birmingham City to a debt-ridden, free-falling Everton Football Club. What could possibly go wrong? Oh my word, they don't have an assistant manager. I was immediately going to look and see what the state of their current managerial setup is. No youth development head, no assistant manager, light on coaches. It looks like they got rid of most of their backroom team. It was Lampard. Lampard stayed with them for over 4 years in this game world. I'll be taking over from Frank Lampard with a media prediction that they win the league. And goodness me, look at that. I think that's a parachute payment. They had about 40 million quid in the bank last time I looked. It's now up to 105. Well, there's a lot of offers in for some of our Birmingham youngsters while we're waiting to hear back from Everton. Lee Allen is not one of the players I've mentioned potentially keeping around, so we'll let him go out on loan. Zach Willis, though, I want to stick around. Pendleton, I don't think, though, has the long-term potential, so he is one we'll let go out on loan. Ellis, though, I want to keep around, and Eubank, definitely stay out on loan. Oh, Hinshelwood, Harris, Van der Heyden and Bennett all now return to their parent clubs. Well, I say parent club. Bennett's parent club will always be Birmingham. Yes, he's moved to Manchester City now, but he will be welcome back here any time. Gregory Tanko now has moved to Argentina. Joshua Williams also moved on. And this is it. This is it. Everton are offering me a 2-year contract. Clearly got loads of faith then. Great. They think I'm the ideal person to replace ex-manager Frank Lampard at the Bramley-Moore Dock Stadium. Well, you know what, Everton? I genuinely think I'm the ideal person too. Huge news, my excellent friends. Huge, enormous, save-changing news. Everton Football Club hire yours truly, Kirk Sheridan. I think next episode's going to be something really quite special. I hope you've enjoyed what you watched today. It's been another roller coaster. Thank you for joining me on this adventure at Birmingham City, at Worthing previously, and I really hope you're as excited as I am about the next chapter at Everton Football Club. If you've enjoyed what you watched today, please drop a like on the video, subscribe to the channel and turn your notifications on to find out the second the next video drops. I have a funny feeling you're going to want to check it out. Be excellent to each other in the meantime. I'm Kirk Sheridan. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you soon.